Potatoes.
Well, that was well timed. Oh boy, we're back. We're back. That was perfect timing. Orion. My goodness. Caleb, Tolkien Otaku, how's it all going tonight? You got this down. This is a fine art. Like the fact that you nailed this. You got this. Good to see y'all here tonight. What have we broken? What's broken? Who's broken what? It's all good. We're all good. Look at this. Look at this. What the hell is this? What is this? It's a telescope. Oh my god. It actually works. It really works. We had a little bit of cloud. Oh boy. Good to see y'all in here today. Good to see you back. Bet you can't see me from here. Proof the earth is round. Yeah. Exactly, right? Oh my goodness. Well, welcome back. I'm Tom, the Astro Canuck. We're doing exactly what this channel is meant to be doing, taking live images of outer space. We are working on the Triangulum Galaxy, M33 at the moment. And I've also realized I need my little assistant here. But Nori, how's it going? Hello again. It's like I haven't seen you guys in like minutes. It's been crazy. It's been so long. The hell, seconds? What's my battery on this? There we go. So this is happening again. This is weird. Okay, the temperature, it's pretty, right now it is -8 degrees. The cooler is essentially off, so we don't need to cool it down there. Hey, now you weren't here for the Lego stream, sleep again. That's all right. It's all good. You know, Sundays, it's called Lazy Sunday for a reason. You guys can hang out and do it however you please. However, you know what? It was a fun build. It was a very fun build today. But excuse me, assistant, out of the way. Building Santa's front yard. Goth Fox, how you doing? Howdy, howdy, howdy. Good to see you tonight. Maca builds, yeah, back again, eh? But no, it's for other reasons. It's not the Lego stream. It's actually take some images of outer space. This is why we're back. I'm so glad the weather's holding up. I'm imagining we're probably going to have there's a little bit of cloud coverage as it's just rolling through, and it's just passing over our image at the moment. So it is getting a little foggy right now. So we are losing the stars, but we've stacked 8 3-minute exposures for the Triangulum Galaxy, about 2.5 million light years away itself, much like the Andromeda Galaxy, and it's one of our other nearest galactic neighbors, which we are also gravitationally bound to. Speaking of being gravitationally bound, hello, my love. How are you? But we are, it looks like, see, we're looking at this, we're looking out toward the west. So anything, right now the moon is pretty much full. So anything that we're aiming out towards the east is pretty much out of bounds. Why does your mouse turn into a red dot over the screen? If you click on the screen, your little hand will show up. Your little thing will move. So when we are looking at the areas in the outer space, then you can point to it. You can let me know ask it what are we looking at? What are we seeing here? So I have my mouse, but y'all have your mice on there. Look, a cloudless sky. Quick, take a picture. Nobody's going to believe us. No one will believe it. No one is going to believe us. So we are looking at the Triangulum Galaxy, which is also known as possibly as the Pinwheel Galaxy, but it's also M33. Epitsky, thank you very much for the follow. Seem to have things. Ah! I do.
Holy potatoes.
All the potatoes. Blind, hello again. Fancy seeing you again, right? How's it going? So yes, we're looking at M33, the Triangulum Galaxy. And hey, it kind of rhymed. It is about 2.8 million light years away from us. It neighbors the Andromeda Galaxy, which I didn't turn that one off. All right, okay, one round of drop. This is meant for the Lego stream. All right, exclamation point drop. Exclamation point drop. Anybody gets, I've switched it now. It's 98%. Anybody gets 98%, you get a free gifted sub, or if you're already a sub, you get a sub to someone of your choosing. This is why we can't have nice things. Everyone's picking the nose with curses. I know, right? Sim, how's it going? How are you doing? You dropped your Esprit. No, don't drop the Esprit. Rick Smith, what's going on? How are you doing? Wonderful to see you guys in here. So yeah, if you're joining in for right now, for one drop only, you get 98%. You get a free sub to the channel. Fish and Chips, how are you? Fiat Mini Me, bonsoir. How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Old Balls, good to see you. Good to see you over here. So yeah, there is only one drop per round. Each round is about 1.5 minutes, but we're just doing the one. It is more meant for the Lego streams, but we're keeping an eye on the clouds. We got I've had conflicting forecasts, but also I'm having some favorable forecasts. So you know what, we're going to take our chances tonight. See how long we can go for taking some images of outer space. And like I said, right now we are on the Triangulum Galaxy with a little bit of cloud rolling through our where we're looking, where we're aiming for. Ginger Bearding, hello. Hello, how you doing? He's trying to say he's boring and no fun. We're only allowed one go. Oh, would you want to keep this on for this stream to keep it as a Sunday tradition? But keep in mind, it is 98% this time, and we're no longer the fire sale. So maybe we do keep it as the I don't know, Sunday. Yes or no? Yes or no? Do you want to keep the drop on here just for a little bit of added fun? Nah, you're all right with it being off?
By the power of Grayskull,
That's
I
all
have
right.
the mustache.
That's all good. Okay. Oh, 30 seconds. Ask me any questions with this mustache. Any questions with this mustache gets yes, because it does this. And my eyes are so bright. It's kind of creepy. Do you want to keep the parachute drop? Oh! I guess we are. I guess we're keeping it on. Exclamation point drop does it. Do you like to launch Saturn V? Yes. 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 Oh boy.
Tranquility, we copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot. I
guess we do. I was thinking about taking the audio from some of the Elite Dangerous clips last night, and you could use them as sound effects. I think they could. I think we could, because there was some very appropriate timed things. Steven, hello. Hello. Hello! How are you doing, sir? That's a point. How come you can't see the Lego Saturn or space station on display? The space station is up there. Saturn V is still in the closet. I have to rebuild it. Still got to rebuild it there. And also, it has most recently we've switched the camera angle and getting things all set up here. So there is still a little bit of rejigging of the background. Just kind of figure out where everything is going to go. But yeah, they're there. Let's see, if we move over to which screen? No. This one? Oh, there you go. You can see the space station up there a little better. New sub was hiding. But yes, welcome in. So we have a little bit of wispy clouds rolling through, but that's all right. Yeah, good to see you guys. We're going to bear the clouds because
I am inevitable.
I don't know why. Why? What books have been added to next to the Crunch Box? What do you got there? There's The Planets, Explorations, another astronomy book, as well as Aaron Draplin's design of pretty much everything. But they've been there for a bit. Good to have you guys here. Steven, what's the good word? What is new? What's happening on your neck of the woods? May we also, can we get a shout out, please, for Stephen McNotreal, one of the most wonderful poly cotton blend streamers out there. But yes, let's keep an eye on the cloud. Actually, even if the clouds kind of roll through a little bit, we can point the telescope at the moon very shortly, and we'll collect some images that way. We've had a few clouds roll through, but guiding is like right on point tonight. We'll put that. There, we can put guiding right up there, beside all the metrics. It's weirdly warm with a strong lack of snow for this time of year. It's been like that for quite a while, and only in the last couple of days have we actually. I can't even show you. I can't show you the ground right now because we're looking up at the scope in the sky. We had a fresh blanket of snow last night and heavy clouds, which created this very eerie kind of softbox effect. And it was midnight, and it still looked like it was early evening. So there's still just that glow from the full moon, which it was just illuminated everything. So yeah, right now we're taking live stacks. We're doing live stacks of the Triangulum Galaxy. Now let's zoom out. That's the whole view. So you have a little bit of light coming from the moon, giving us a bit of a gradient. So we'll try to keep everything. Well, I'm pointed straight up towards the zenith at the moment. We're looking over at the Triangulum Galaxy. Let me show you where that is. We are on Earth. There you go. Triangulum Galaxy. This is our target at the moment. We'll put it on. There's our field of view. That's what we have. So this is the area of the night sky that we're currently looking at with our refractor telescope. That Canadian guide, do you happen to have any article suggestions for showing you how to set up or one like it works for your telescope? Now, I would say checking out almost anything from Astro Backyard or Astrophotography would be a good choice on YouTube. Now, there is a VOD somewhere of me setting up the telescope and tearing it down, so you kind of get a rough idea of what we do there. Actually, I should have it somewhere. I think I saved it. I probably didn't. There's a good chance that we may have lost a VOD of me setting up the telescope. Let's see. There's a fairly decent chance that I did not get that saved. So unfortunately, that is lost to the ages. But yeah, if you check out setting up scope with Astro Backyard, Trevor Jones is a fantastic resource. But I haven't. Right now, we're working on the one video I'm going to be putting out in the next couple of days is going to be how I'm not going to be recording the Geminid meteor shower again. We'll just be taking photos of it, not video. Because actually, taking video with this security camera, it's fairly grainy. It's not 1080p. It says it might be, but it's not. It is difficult to image with this camera, at least to record good quality video. Also, you need better light conditions as well to get any decent picture coming through. So recording in low light isn't the best, but you can still capture some of the streaks of the meteors as they passed overhead. But we're imaging the Triangulum Galaxy right now, and we have 12. We got 12 stacked images at 3 minutes each. And that's when you get like one single image, it's fairly faint. But once you start adding more time on the galaxy, you're starting to see more details coming through. The filter that we're using is meant to capture more of the emission nebulae. So we're not going to see as many of the stars and the kind of the bright blue areas of the galaxy, but we are going to capture a lot of these pinks which are the other nebulae within this galaxy, much like we have the Orion Nebula or the Flaming Star, the Horsehead. It's all those rich pockets of hydrogen alpha, the star-forming regions. It was so cold last night. All your telescope cables are no longer bendy. Actually, one of my cables tonight, it was not bendy at all. Like I brought it outside, and it was like pretty much instantly stiffened up. So it is cold enough outside right now that I only have the cooler on. Like the cooler isn't even running. I had it set to minus 10 degrees, and we're sitting at minus 11. So there is all the efficiency right now with the camera, except for this red. I don't know where this heavy amount of red is coming from, which is kind of weird. Chances are it may go away after a new target, but it's yeah, just casually saying we don't even need to run the cooler now. Although if I probably ran it down, if I started running it to minus 15, let's do that. Let's lower the temperature even farther. I'm gonna bring it down like a couple of degrees at a time, just to get it working again. So I think that might be the case. I don't know what it is. It's just really weird that that's acting like that. All right, should that start the cooler up? Okay, how are stupid questions? I'm going to ask you. I'm going to sound like you playing Elite Dangerous last night. Oh, how okay are stupid questions? How okay are ridiculous readings of a question? I'm gonna sound like you were playing Elite Dangerous last night. Yes, we were. It was fantastic. It was like one of the best gaming sessions I've had, and it was very fun. There are some clips from last night that came through, and I still haven't watched them yet. I finished this morning's stream after we completed this build, but then I wonder where your invite was. Must have got lost in the post again. It may have. It's on. The check's in the mail. Were you awake at what 10 p.m. for me? Were you awake at that point? It's an open invitation. I'll let you. Oh, sorry. What I mean is, can you ask stupid questions? There's no stupid question. There are no stupid questions. But no, go ahead. Ask any question. Well, you know what I mean. And if you want a yes or no question, it depends on which mustache comes up from the Mobro redeem. All right, so it looks like if we can keep the cooler running. You may or may not have been awake. You DM'd me and didn't reply, then you were asleep. Then I was like, but you didn't. Don't know. Except if the question is the Earth is flat. Well, are you awake right now? Are you awake right now, Nori? I mean, if all the clouds roll in, like if we have like no more clear skies in like the next 20 minutes, then we may switch over. But I think we're good for some clear skies at the moment. Yeah, no, that is absolutely not a stupid. Oh my goodness, that's funny. We've never had that question asked before. Canadian guy, we've never had that question asked. Everybody just kind of accepts this histogram here at the bottom. Basically, what that's telling me is how much signal is coming through. For some reason, right now, this red line shouldn't be this high. They should almost, like, within, around this section here, the red, green, and blue, that's representing the filters on the camera sensor. We're using a color camera. Usually, you want to use a monochrome camera for astrophotography, but you don't always get the nice colors. Eventually you do, but you get a black and white image with a monochrome camera. Our color camera, and that is being able to have me show you guys some color images of outer space. Otherwise, you're getting just essentially where the bulk of the information is, kind of sits in here on the histogram. But I don't know why it's doing this, but the red and green and blue should all be about the same, roughly in the same area. So kind of the closer you go to the main bulk of the information, you kind of eliminate all this information back here gets cut off, which is how you can kind of get a little bit of a darker image, creating a little more contrast. And that's where you're adjusting like the shadows, where you're adjusting the darker side of things. Pull it back, the whole image overall starts to get a little washed out. If you reset it, if I just reset the entire histogram, essentially a single astrophoto kind of looks very unremarkable with a few points of light from the brighter stars. If you do an auto stretch, then it's going to bring all these points of information in a little closer to start revealing details of the image that we're looking at. And it's the same way when you're editing an image and you want to make sure that essentially you're not clipping any of the data. We're not with this adjustment. We're highlighting more of the noise. The camera itself is designed to cool to sub-zero temperatures and to try to eliminate a lot of that noise from when the sensor heats up as the light is collecting on the sensor. But usually there's something weird that's occurring with the camera at the moment, and I don't know if it's just because I'm using the ASI Air Plus, and I have the camera connected into the ASI Air. I think I mucked things up last time. I should have the camera connected into into another port, but that's going a little too far technical at the moment. Kind of straying from the question. So yeah, we want to darken any of the shadows. You just kind of get rid. You're just adjusting. There's no real editing that's going on at the moment. All I'm doing is kind of highlighting some of the information in the image and bring out some of the details. But you can see as I make it, we're gonna really zoom in here. As we stretch the information a little more, you start to see the graininess coming from the sensor, because we're stretching that data a little too much. Usually when you're doing editing astro images, you want to I like to be as gentle with the data as possible, because once you start getting into this point, you're only going to be amplifying all this noise and garbage that you don't want. You want to be just dealing with your signal. So because sometimes a program, with Photoshop, it doesn't always recognize that these aren't stars when you're editing. So sometimes you can really start to amplify the noise in your image. But the more time you can add to your image, the less noise there's going to be, and the amount of signal is going to improve, which is the signal to noise ratio, which everybody likes to keep an eye on. And the more data you can have in the central area. So there's a balance to achieve to get cool pictures, but not the grainy result. Yes, the more time you can put in on an astro image, the less noise there's going to be. Also, there's a little process called dithering, which after every image, the camera or the mount is going to have the scope move just a tiny little bit randomly in any direction, so that when the image stacks, it recognizes like key stars in the image to make sure those are all aligned. And that's the image, that's the signal that comes through, but all the noise is randomized, so it averages out, it starts to clean things up. So that's why you're going to have integration times that are going to be hours long. Like right now we have we're coming up on 15 stacks, which is about 45 minutes worth of imaging time on this target. Because galaxies are far away, this is 2.8 million light years. Pardon me. So it's not going to be as bright as a nebula or the moon. It's much closer celestial body. So galaxies do generally need a lot more time to get the images in. If we're going after something like the Andromeda, like the Andromeda Galaxy, it's bigger, it's a little closer, but it's a much larger target. So you don't always need, you still need to put your time into it, but because the Andromeda Galaxy is so large and so bright, you can kind of get away with a little less integration time. I think this is about maybe 35 minutes on this target. But again, it is doing what you can to eliminate a lot of the noise in the image. It's just taking more pictures, adding more time to your imaging session. Is the Andromeda Galaxy the closest one to the Milky Way? Poggy Man, yes it is. It is about 2.5 million light years away. And the Triangulum Galaxy, M33, is about 2.8 million light years away. And this is the positioning in the night sky. Our three galaxies, Milky Way, Andromeda, and Triangulum, are all gravitationally bound together. So there's Andromeda, here's Triangulum, and here we are. In about 4.5 billion years, galaxies will merge together. Some would say right now that actually the mergers are already beginning, even at 2.5 million light years away. Oh, boy! James! James Vade! Sir! How are you doing? Yes, long time no see, friend. How's it going? My goodness. My goodness, thank you for 14, holy potatoes, 14 months. My goodness. For the tier 3 resub. Greatly appreciated. James, good to see you. How have you been? How have your imaging sessions been going? How is it going? On to the spike of appreciation. The pillar of happiness for you. But yeah, glad to be imaging again. Just moved to Nolans, Mortal 9. Ooh, are you going monochrome? Oh, look at what's up with these clouds. What's this baloney? What is this? All right, maybe we'll move over to the moon in a bit. So, does the scope or camera also need to account for the rotation of Earth? The telescope mount, what we're looking at right now, is that's the whole device that is rotating counter to the Earth's rotation to make sure everything is stable. There's a little guide camera on top. That is its job, is to follow a set of stars. That's all this thing is meant to do, is to make sure that the scope and the camera are working in harmony, so we have a steady image, so that when it is it is imaging, we have nice sharp stars coming through. Astro Jab, how's it going? It's going very well here. Going really well. James, New Orleans. Wow. How'd that move go? Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen you. Seen some activity and on the socials as well. Oh, what's happened here? All right, that's a... Ooh. Save succeeded. All right. All right, we're going to... We'll stop this anyway, because what's going on with the connection here? Give me a moment. Doesn't want to do there. That's a long time. Yeah, it is. That's weird. That's weird that it's doing that. Let me check something out there. The moon, we're not too bad. It works out that the RC scope, look at that moon. Look how much the moon is illuminating the deck. The RC scope actually works like a bit of a shield at the moment. But right now it seems that the ASIR is locked up. I don't know what's going on here. Hang on a moment. We're still guiding. Okay, we're still guiding. That's weird. Those beams on the left. Hang on a second there. Well, that's our towers for the internet connection. Unfortunately, you're off to work, James. I'm glad to see you. Good to see you again. Hopefully, everything goes well at work. Congrats on the move. Sorry it's in Bortle 9, but you know what? With the right filters, we can always overcome the city lights. Yeah, that's the tower that we need actually to get the internet, get our wireless internet connection, because we don't have any fiber optic cables. We have to rely on the view from a water tower, where all the internet connection is coming from. Although, you know, for the most part, it's working out great. You know, we had very little issues. The only thing, actually, the bigger thing we've had issues with is for power cuts happening in the area. That's always that's been a bit of a problem, more than like for the longest time. Is this the Bortle scale y'all are talking about? Just trying to figure out what to Google. Yes, Bortle 9 is the highest amount of light pollution that you're going to be getting from like city lights, and Bortle 1, essentially you are in the middle of nowhere, and that is pretty much like the ideal situation you like to be in. Right now we're in a 3. We have no neighbors immediately nearby, and no businesses that are causing a lot of light pollution. So if I was to walk out to walk out right now, I wouldn't really be able to see the Milky Way, because there is a giant moon rising out into the east, which is illuminating the whole deck. I take it the Canadian version of the FAA didn't require lights on towers. We're still low enough. It's still a low enough tower that, yeah, we're not going to get any airplanes needing clearance from them. Crazy, how do you do? And how do you calculate what Bortle scale is? This was developed by John Bortle back in the late 90s. And let's see, it illustrates just how much of the Milky Way you can see based on just how much light pollution there is. So I always thought this was always a good example. A good example. 8-9, essentially you're in the city. I used to live in a Bortle 8 area. I moved to the UK and was living in a 5, sometimes a 6, depending on what the light pollution was going to be. And now this is where we live, in rural skies, or in rural Ontario. And I gotta say, it's incredible to walk out and just see the Milky Way, except for tonight when it's a full moon, and the moon itself is its own source of light pollution, unless you want to be imaging the moon. So, yeah, let me close that. Try to get the ASIR back up again. It's kind of odd that it's not responding for me. I may have to go out and adjust things. But yeah, that's what the Bortle scale is. All right, looks like we're back. We're back to. Hang on a sec. So sorry, I'm just plugging in my tablet so we can relay some further information, some extra tidbits of info to you guys. A really great visualization. You're located in a 5 probably right now. That's not too bad. 5 isn't too bad. We've it looks like I got control of the. Yeah, that's fine. We got that all saved. So some of the like I said, the area I used to live in the UK was a Bortle 5, and I would get the targets I would image. It wouldn't be too bad. It actually has some decent images coming through. It's the moon. The moon actually is one of the worst targets for me. But for the most part, everything we've been shooting here, the Rosette Nebula, this was just before the moon. Actually, the moon was a little ahead of the target, so we were able to shoot out towards the east. Right now, we're probably not going to have a great deal of luck. The darn moonies keep the moon floodlight. I know, right? So this is the Rosette Nebula, another target that I'd love to image. And it's been a while. Again, when I used to live in the UK, I had a very small window. I could see out towards the east and a little bit like to the northeast. So I had to wait for my targets to come in. Now living out in rural Ontario, there's a lot more that we can see. There's a lot more targets available to us. So it is a little bit like a kid in a candy store at the moment. So what I might end up doing is pointing the scope out toward the west so that we can avoid having any moonlight kind of shining on the scope. At least the larger black scope is the 8-inch reflector. And we're not using that one at the moment. We're using the smaller scope on top. So if we pick a new target, we probably even go over to the moon. Let's have a look over here. Yes, there is that helpful. The clear outside is a good starting point to kind of judge on what your weather is going to be, what your light pollution level is, and especially if you're going to be doing a little bit of traveling, then that's another option there. Okay, one more dumb one. No, that's okay. Add another sub. We need to add some more time on there. I think this is about maybe 45 minutes on the Rosette Nebula, but yeah, adding more time is definitely going to be beneficial. So why do you take multiple pictures away from the center of the Milky Way instead of toward it? The Orion Nebula, for instance, is sort of the opposite direction of Sag A star. For the sake of science, kind of the central area of the Milky Way is there's that zone of avoidance. It's just because there's such a high concentration of stars and dust along that area. For astrophotographers, everywhere is fair game. We want to be able to. There's a great deal of detail in the Milky Way that because you're shooting wide field. Even if for the most part, a lot of our equipment for backyard astronomy isn't going to be as powerful enough that the core of the Milky Way is going to be too bright. Unfortunately, in the northern hemisphere where I'm located, I don't actually get to see the core of the Milky Way. You got to be in the southern hemisphere, or at least more toward the equator, to actually start looking toward the center. So right now, the central area of the Milky Way is kind of being blocked by the sun. So even our friends in the southern hemisphere aren't going to be able to look directly into the core of the galaxy. So let's we'll turn the ground back on there. So if we start pointing out toward the west, and maybe if I even aim a little low, we might, if we go over toward the eastern Veil Nebula, we'll put some time on that. NG66995. Claire Burr, what's going on, Claire? How are you? Have you opened Elite Dangerous Galaxy Map? Yes. Yes, we have. Do you ever think about using it on your stream for teaching purposes? It's slightly similar overall to when we're in Space Engine to kind of look around the galaxy. And there have been a few targets where where I was last night. I was still in kind of like close to our sun, but I could see like the Cone Nebula, the California Nebula. it was, yeah, it's very cool to check that out. The map on Elite Dangerous is very handy. It is. It's very cool. Space engine, space engine, space engine. We've used that a few times. So, do I have much trouble with satellites and trash around the Earth? For the most part, we haven't been too burdened with satellites. I'm counting myself lucky, actually, with the areas we've been shooting, because yeah, there's not a great deal of issues that do crop up, but sometimes we have some small satellites rolling through. I'll show you an image of when the International Space Station traveled through one of our shots, and that was purely by coincidence that we had that show up. All right, let's go 6995. No, sorry. Let's show you what we're picking here. And we'll point the scope just out toward the west. The image for 8 hours last night. You only had one frame of the satellite trail. It also depends, yeah, where you're shooting. I know, like the Witchhead Nebula can be a bad area to image, and the Pinwheel Galaxy is actually is fairly notorious for getting a lot of satellites rolling through there. What am I flying? The thingy, the what's it called? Like the vehicle you start off with. Is it a Sidewinder? I know. I didn't message you. I didn't message Nori. I'm sorry. When I want to get rich, I'll show you the best way how to dump money on you the best way I can. No, all right. I will. I'm still. There are some clips from last night. If you check out some of the clips, apparently it was fairly entertaining. All right. Okay. Here's a perfect example. There's a satellite right there. There's a satellite right there going through. So if we do another 3-second exposure, maybe it's either gonna be off frame, or it'll be in this area, depending on where it's now. It's going. It was heading in that direction. You got to get a hold of veterans so you can fly something real. I did actually. I had we had a raid come in from. Let me get the name right. I think I actually called them Grinning Cow. It's Grinning Crow. He raided with his community last night. They were super helpful. I kind of just dived straight in, did quite well, thank you, until it came to docking. Yeah, that was the auto dock. It sent me for a loop. I'm surprised that that my ship was still all right. All right, so I can already see a little bit of the nebula that we wanted to be imaging, so I'm just going to start our live stack. So this is what we used to do. What we used to do on the stream before. BRB, no worries, it's all right. We're here for a while until the clouds roll in. What I used to do is take single 10-minute exposures, and those did take a while to come through. But the latest version of the ASI Air, what we had before was the original ASI Air. It was a Raspberry Pi controlled computer, and it worked out really well. It was great. But now with the latest version from ZWO, we are able to do live stacking, so we can do shorter exposures, and we can start bringing out better detail and keeping the stars nice and pinpoint. Crazy. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome into the observatory. They fly like maniacs. Not to say you're less dangerous for docking if you come in manually, but the oh, wait a second. Let me read that one again without the autocorrect. They fly like maniacs. Not to say I'm less dangerous looking if I come in manual, but the dicking computer is nuts. I don't.
Holy potatoes.
Oh, hey, Tracker, did I say hello to you earlier? I feel like I didn't say hi. Who have I not said actually hello to? Have I been rude? Have I been a rude streamer not saying hello? Have I missed anybody? My goodness. I apologize if I did. Blocksmith, I think I said hello to you, but hello again. What game are you docking in? Elite Dangerous. It came highly recommended to me. The first time I played, everything totally up. Second time I played, everything worked great. I got like one mission done. Got one mission done. Oh my God, there's people. There's people here. Hello, hi. Elite Dangerous, otherwise known as ED. Well, I don't always like to put that up. Like, Astro Canuck has ED. Come join. I don't know if you did on a different stream that counts as 3 hellos. Hi, hey there, how's it going? It has to be a hello. Otherwise, the bank will give you money. I thought you were talking about Kerbal, where docking is also challenging. I've been dipping into Kerbal. Oh no, you got the ED. You like micro nipples from the community? Excuse me. Well, actually, one of the first times I was playing Kerbal, I launched my craft. I landed. And I safely landed. My Kerbin was in the pod, and then I somehow managed to blow it up, and I killed my little Kerbin. That was a little bit of a sad moment. Micro Nipples was a character on the show Community. Oh, right. What was it? Was it Micro? Was he? What was his name? In the... Because he dated Annie and Britta. Explosions of the Norm in Kerbal. Yeah, it's true. Near mint Pokemon Gold and Silver acquired. Hyperwork. Awesome. How'd you score that? That should be next to the quote banner. Astro Canuck has ET. Please help him up. Please support him. Vaughn, yes. There we go. Oh, God. You tried the game you don't want to do. Didn't know what to do after like 2 hours. Your fuel was gone and you quit. Apparently, I've heard that there's a community called Fuel Rats who will come resupply your ship. I have watched the first 2 seasons of Star Trek Discovery and the... and then the first 2 episodes of the 3rd season of Discovery, so I got to catch up on that. Kerbals are an expendable resource. Fair enough. With some good deals, I have most of the games you got from Gen 3 onward. You're trying to get them all. That is pretty much the whole mantra of Pokemon. I think you're following that. Nope, forget it. It's the pun. The pun is it's there. It's too late. You can't rescind. That's it. I think you cleared 2 episodes of season 4, but you don't get much time to watch. It is, yeah. There's a great deal of TV to watch. So we want to try to finish Hawkeye before the new year. Actually, start and finish Hawkeye. We did get Loki. We did finish that. And then there's a whole bunch of other movies and TV. They're still on the list. You know, if we didn't have clear skies, then maybe we would watch TV or something like that. All right. So for some reason, I don't know. I still don't know why. Has anybody ever have anybody encountered this with their imaging camera? Like, look at this red line. That should not be there. That should be much lower. I'm thinking it's because I have it plugged into the ASI Air, and it's not keeping it at a constant cooling rate because it has already reached the cooler. I don't know if I got to plug it in elsewhere, but here is. We'll start to see this nebula coming through. This is part of the Eastern Veil Nebula, and we're still kind of in the constellation of Cygnus because we're aiming out toward the west, northwest or southwest, northwest. Sorry, away from the moon. Trying to get away from that. Clouds? No, we don't want any clouds. None of that. None of that baloney. Also, why is the red stepped instead of smooth? That is a very good question. I'm not sure. This is something that has started over the last 2 streams. What did I do before? Something happened and it just kind of switched back. I think I was aiming towards a bright target. I'm gonna go over to the moon, actually, because I think I don't know what it is. What is causing this? I thought it was a red light that I had pointed at over to the camera before that was kind of causing this extra little bit, but it doesn't seem to be the case because it's not working there. You got clear skies, just avoiding the cold tonight. It was as I was getting everything set up, it was getting really cold. Even though we're really at -7, it was just It was like maybe I should wear gloves. Sonic, hello. Back streaming. Yeah, we're back again. Twice on a Sunday. My goodness, right? Glad to have you guys in here. Wonderful to have you guys in, talking about astronomy and everything else in between. This is like almost secondary to everything. We have some clear skies, but look how bright that moon is. Look at the shadow being cast on the deck. The like this is, like, look how bright it is. This is bananas. All day cough's not feeling well, so you have the flu or a cold. Tomorrow morning you'll know when you feel like poo. Oh well, hopefully it is just the flu that you have, and you have a nice, quick and full recovery there. To take any pictures of the full moon, not yet. Actually, this is a great opportunity to try out the imaging, the video again. Try to get a better image of the moon. Because last time it was like supremely overexposed, so we'll go back over to the moon. We'll do another video. We'll stack it and try to get a nice shot of the moon tonight. Them's a lot of wires. Well, it's yeah, there are. We got one wire coming from the mount to the power box, and a wire to the 2 wires to the ASI Air Plus. That's the Ethernet and the telescope mount. And what else have we got? Then they're kind of like wrapped up in the handle just to prevent any excess dangling. You don't want a lot of excess dangling with your telescope. You don't want too many. Oh, what was that? Airplane. All right, maybe we'll have this airplane fly through our image. We do have there's a very low traffic, a very slow UFO. All right, let's see if it went through our shot here. Waiting for this to load up. No, looks like we're clear, actually. How many millions would you have to invest for a similar setup? Well under $1 million. Well under millions of monies. It's like I said, this has been curated over the years. I would say the most important bit of technology that you would want to have, the most important bit of kit for your telescope setup, is going to be your mount. You want to have as sturdy of a mount as possible. And I'm using the Skywatcher EQ6R Pro. It's kind of like the high end of the middle range of things, I would say. It's not too cheap, but it's not too expensive. There are much more expensive mounts that you can get. It has a 40 kilo weight capacity, so you can have, including the counterweights, you can have about 40 kilos worth of equipment before it's going to have problems maintaining a steady guiding. Others can have like hundreds of kilograms, depending on the amount that you're using. But this is about as heavy of a bit of equipment that we're going to go. Telescopes, you can spend as little or as much as you want on them. It's, yeah, like I said, it's more important to have a good mount rather than like the telescope. Cameras are kind of like maybe next in line what you want to be using, or if you're not using an astronomy dedicated camera, like be diligent with your frame, with your subframes, because that's going to help eliminate a lot of the annoying bits of information. How much is such amount? 2,000. Yeah, close to, yeah, I think it's about $1,900 US. Nope, there's another airplane. We're just getting all of them. We're getting all the traffic tonight. You have the Orion version. I mean, it's a great mount. I mean, I've had like zero issues with it. Knock on wood. You're looking at it for $1,675 US. That sounds about right. I think I paid about like 1,100 pounds for it. So, figure, yeah, the exchange, depending on where it's coming from. I can use this for the girl next. Wait a second. She said the loud part quiet, the quiet part loud. Sim, your project for today was reinstalling your IR yard camera. How'd that go? How did that go? All right, it looks like we've been fairly clear of any obstructions or any intruders in our image. But again, this bright, I don't get it. Like the cooler is off. And how is it still sticking at this temperature? I think there's something up with the camera. I'm not too sure. It's got me slightly worried. Got me slightly concerned. Although we are still getting the bicolor from the Eastern Veil Nebula. We're still getting a little bit of that green from the O3. But we only have, this is only 12 minutes of the... See, but it's weird. Like, the cooler should still be just kind of maintaining, right? It should be maintaining the temperature. Like, even with imaging, it's not decreasing. I'm thinking that it is... that this isn't doing its job. The ASI Air isn't doing its job on there. Well, so what's the dip on the green? Dip in the green on the left. Wait, hang on a sec. Are you on the PC, Canadian guy? You can tap the mouse on the area. You see where you're pointing. Artsy Chickadee, hello. How are you doing? Welcome in. Oh, that spot there. That would be like the lowest amount of info from the green part of the sensor. So usually this should be like the around here should be like the sweet spot for getting details coming through. Let's see if we can adjust this a little bit here. But yeah, it shouldn't be this red. There's something possibly up with the camera. Good evening. You're a gift of the sub the other day, so I thought I would check you all out. Well, welcome in. Glad to have you in here. And glad you caught one of the gifted subs. It's well appreciated. But yeah, tonight we are doing what this channel is meant to do, taking live images of outer space. We have a full moon. As you can see, that it's illuminating the whole scope at the moment. I mean, it's working great as a giant spotlight, but like what we'll try to do is turn the telescope over to the moon, because that's always a nice thing to look at. Let's see if we actually get the moon targeted and not have to spend a lot of time searching for it. But we are currently on a portion of the Veil Nebula, which is a large section of the night sky that has been created by a supernova remnant. Let's see if we can. adjust this a tiny bit here for you guys. Bring some more details. That's a little better. A little better there. So this is the Veil Nebula is a large, relatively faint supernova remnant in the constellation Cygnus, also known as the Cygnus Loop or the Witch's Broom. This is a favorite summer celestial showpiece, which right now we are in the winter months, and it's well available to us. Despite its overall brightness at about magnitude 5, this object is only visible to the naked eye under exceptionally good viewing conditions. It's because its light is distributed over such a large area. Now we're using a filter that is designed to capture more of the emission from these targets. So we're getting the blue-ish green is coming from the O3 signal and the hydrogen beta, where a lot of the red is the hydrogen alpha signal. And that's basically the two areas of the visible spectrum that comes through from this filter we're using. And everything else, all the rest of the light pollution is cut out. So we are left with a great deal of signal. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to stop this stack. We'll still save it, but it's just so, I'm mildly concerned about this, that there's something up with the camera. But I'm also sure that it is most likely that I have it plugged in to the ASI Air, and I should have it plugged into the Pegasus Astro Do Master. So we'll check on that. Oh, maybe during the break I'll switch things over. Wouldn't you love to get your gear out to Utah and Nevada desert on a clear summer night? I mean, it's the higher the elevation as well that you can get is also going to put you above a lot of the moist air as well. So, and I've seen a lot of people have had some absolutely fantastic images. A lot, actually, the majority of the western United States is dark skies, whereas you got to like start traveling farther north in Canada to start reaching more of the dark sky sites. So even, but for the most part, for a Bortle 3, for low light pollution, I am very happy with where we're sitting right now. Oh, I want to go over back to preview. That's fine. So let's sync that, and let's head over. Let's point over toward the moon. Let's get that pointer over toward the moon. Why fight it right now, right? It's we're probably going to have to manually adjust the scope a little bit to get the moon in our view. But we'll we got it. We had it in our sights before. We'll do it again.
Oh, don't say that word.
Ooh, it massive hype for James Webb, but we're also still very nervous. I know it's been delayed so many times. And you know, we're coming up on, we are what, five days away now. You sure you'd be able to you sure would be into this if every day was not ruined by a horrible amount of light pollution. It is, it's always tough. It's I mean, depending on what filter you get, depending if you're shooting with the monochrome camera and using narrowband filters, you know, there isn't any light pollution that's going to stop you. However,
don't say that word.
It's tough with a color camera. Now we have the moon is, well, it should be in. We keep shooting. Let's cancel. Let's go over to. Let's go over to our focus. Yes, got it. Yes, got it. Got it. Oh, bang on. Bang on the moon. You live next to a large city. It can be tough. It definitely can be tough. You watched a YouTube video earlier tonight about the telescope. It is James Webb is absolutely incredible. Like, it's going to be one of those nerve-wracking launches ever, for sure. All right, yeah, bang. We're bang on the moon. All right, see now how everything is nice and everything's nice and even. That's what you want to see with the histogram, except for like right over here. And it's amazing how the Tycho crater, just how large, how impactful that was for the ejecta to be spread across such a large swath of the moon. Now, you do love the moon. It's the only thing you can see. I know some people are in such heavily light polluted areas, you don't even see a full moon. Third Rock, what's going on? Your back just went live as you had to leave. Well, good to see you. Good to see you. We have, well, it looks like a little bit of haze coming through, but, you know, if we're on the moon, then that really doesn't matter. Go figure, you don't have backspacing for the DSLR, you don't have your new camera till next week, and guess what? Skies are semi-clear. No! Well, that's exactly what happens. Dang it. Well, hopefully, how much more backspacing do you need? Because who was it? Was it Chuck's Astrophotography? And he had like
potatoes.
all of the backspacing needed? Holy potatoes. What's going on, Lily? How are you? So yeah, this is a live look at the moon right now. We can get a little closer. We kind of do. Oh,
By the power of
big head's in the way.
I have the mustache.
When we were... Nope. Okay, next 30 seconds. Any question you ask, I'm going to say no. When you're living in NYC, there was a group that would set up telescopes in Manhattan and look at near-Earth planets. Did you by chance ever see Jupiter Joe? So I know there's... Yes? No. No. I'm good. How are you? Nah. I'm not. No. I don't know how I can say just no to that, but yeah, no. I don't know, but I know that your DSLR adapter has even the right threads. Does he do it in the upper Manhattan and upper West Side? I think. I would have to check. I am, as far as where locations are. No, I'm not too. Not too familiar with the areas in New York. So I'm just adjusting the chair. It has been a fairly lengthy day. But we did take a walk out on the, like I said earlier, I was going to go for a walk around the property and did get lost for a bit. No, that is the guy. You just Googled him. Oh, perfect. So you caught up with Jupiter Joe. Excellent. All right, let's switch. Let's get off of here. Go over to live. No, not live. We want video. That's what we want. Hang on a second here. What amazed your son on a cruise ship is he can't see anything either, just the amount of light, the ship that ruins it. Oh, my gosh. Remember that way too quick. What amazed your wife is, on a cruise ship, you can't see anything either, just the amount of light on the ship that ruins it. I have yet to partake on a MP4. We just want AVI, yeah. We just want to save that. Audio, no. Flip, no. That's fine. So let's drop our exposure. So we're actually getting details on the moon, but not blowing out anything. Gain. Yeah, that's what we want. White balance. Yeah, that's not too bad. It looks fairly gray. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Exposure even more until it's almost dark. The moon is yellow like cheese. Ooh, what kind? What's your favorite type of cheese, Nori? Military ship is better to stargaze unless you have your own boat. I think I would probably want to have my own boat, and I don't think I would be in any position to join the military. All right. Danish blue because it's dead like the souls you keep. Oh, you cats. You crazy cats. I remember stacking them so the darker the bright white areas are the better, so that after stacking they're not overexposed. Yes, because last time it was just well, it was terrible. So we are shooting at 1080p. Moon is nice and centered. Amukaj Vivu, hello. Amukaj Vivu, welcome in the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. How can I butcher your name, or did I nail it? Did I get it? Did I get it right? Did I get it? Welcome in. We are taking a live look at the moon right now, and I think we're going to let's start recording. And what we'll aim to do is stack this up and
Forward. We'll 40 feet down, 2.5. Picking up some dust. 4 forward, drifting to the right a little.
We'll get this all stacked up there. Perfect. Excellent. Wonderful.
Here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
So we can image at different resolutions. 1080p is basically in high resolution. 720p is kind of like the lower resolution of things. Anything less is depending on how large this image is going to show up in your sensor. But I want to shoot at 1080p, so at least when I'm editing the image, we can zoom in a little more. We have higher resolution. And I think at a nice wide field of view, it is kind of it's going to be the best bang for our buck, obviously. You want to always have optical zoom rather than digital zoom, because you're just going to be highlighting a lot more of the bad stuff. So that's why if we want to try to shoot this. Save succeeded. Okay. All right. We have our image. Yeah, Almukaj, welcome in. Glad to have you in here. Architufus taught you about the lunar. I haven't stretched the histogram at all. Let's see about the... So this is our video of the moon. So solar or lunar? It is lunar. So let's stack this up. Well, you're going to go to bed up early in the morning. Have a good stream and good night. Nori Kitty, have a good night. Have a good night. And one more drop. Exclamation point drop with your favorite emote. We'll drop a little parachute on there. This is meant for our Sunday Lego streams. But we're just going to extend it out through Sunday. If you do land at 98% accuracy, then you get a free sub to the channel. Or if you're already subbed, you get to choose who is bestowed a subscription on your behalf. So yeah, exclamation point drop is going to... put one of those little guys down there. So if you do want to get in on that. It is meant for our Lego streams, but yeah, I kind of forgot to turn it off, so we're just gonna roll with it. We're just gonna run with it for the rest of the stream tonight. But yeah, this was part of our stream early this morning. We did a Santa's front yard. Jatertman, welcome in. Hello. I think All Attack is a binary star. Really? Is that why we're getting so much heat for that? But the one thing we did with this Lego build was we added a printed picture of the moon instead of the regular moon image, the sticker that came with Lego. So we've customized this just a tiny bit. Just a little bit. Make it our own set. Scandranin, hello. How are you doing? How are you doing today? It was a really fun build, and what
don't say that word.
What I also really like about this build is that I can lay it down like that, and I can show you guys. me show you what the build actually looks like instead of holding it up awkwardly to the camera. Will James Webb be able to image the landing site on the moon from Lagrange? No. I mean, no, because it's it images in infrared, and now Webb is more designed for looking farther. Is looking much deeper into the galaxy, much like when Hubble looked at Pluto. It wasn't meant to be resolving planets within our own solar system. It's meant to look farther away. So it will. It is better for the lunar reconnaissance orbiters to be imaging for the Apollo landing sites.
9 forward, 40 feet down, 2.5, picking up some dust. 4 forward, drifting to the right a little.
Lego set looks like it was fun. It was a really fun build. I enjoyed it. So
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
So it was a really fun Lego build this morning. We also revealed one of the next sets that we're going to be working on at some point, and that is the. Now it's not space, it's not sci-fi, it's not holiday based, but it is a part of my time in the UK. So at some point we're going to honor Queen and Country and build Buckingham Palace for one of our Lazy Sunday Lego builds. And I think it's I really what I like about it most is like the double-decker bus. So it's an older set that we've had that I kind of had sitting around, and well, not sitting around. I do intend to build it. So it's one of the things we'll do on one of our streams in the new year. And yeah, that was the reveal that we had. We did reach that goal today to reveal another Lego set. And yeah, it was a very fun build overall. So we'll talk a little more later in the week of what our next build is going to be, because Lazy Sunday Lego starts on Boxing Day on the 26th of December, which is well, there really won't be much of an impedance at the moment there. Yeah, the full-size Lego double-decker bus. I was looking at that. I was thinking, can I justify that one? Major Sinkhole, what's going on? How you doing? How are things? All right, clouds are clearing up. No! Okay, fine. I want to say, if you ever want to add me as a friend on Elite Dangerous, just let me know. I'd be more than happy to lend you a hand when I can. Scandranin, I appreciate that. I am on Steam as Astro Canuck. If you guys do want to add me, that is wonderful. Forewarned, I do forget to notify people when I am playing Elite Dangerous. So it's not that I am not inviting you guys. Pretty much, this is an open invitation. If you see me playing Elite Dangerous, shoot me a message, and yeah, I'm happy to join in. And yeah, I'm happy to have you guys join me as well, because yeah, I have no clue what I'm doing in the game. It's still very fresh. I have like a few hours of gameplay, so we're still getting used to the mechanics. I've learned that auto docking is not my friend in the game. So even then, I have some trust issues with the AI. Almost landed on the scope. Don't knock the scope; you ruin the image. Steam notifies your friends when you are playing the game, unless you have it set to sign in to into the friends list thing. Like, I see people popping up. I see like Nori Kitty sometimes playing Beat Saber, and a few other people jumping in. But yeah, happy to have people join in, and also say, saying to me like, "What the you doing? What are you doing?" All right, we're still stacking and aligning the frames of the moon. I think we ended up imaging the maximum amount of data available. So we'll wait to Wait for that to come in there. You posted 2 clips, yeah, from yesterday. Actually, while we're doing that, I haven't even watched the clips yet. So, you know, why not check them out, right? Through this station and just totally. I was expecting like this blast through this station. I was expecting like this blast through this station and just totally everything up. I was expecting like this blast through this station and just totally everything up. Yeah, spoke way too soon. If it's too bright, drop the exposure and try again. For sure. I mean, here's a weird thing though. Third Rock. Let me check out this one more. Let me check out this one. No! How do I cancel? How do I cancel? How do I cancel? So I'm right at the station, and I started going. I started charging at my warp speed. Or was it the crank? Was it? No. Crankshift? No. How do I cancel? How do I cancel? How do I cancel? Ramforth is your boyfriend. We were on Discord call together. We were here helping you. So enjoying. Oh, I thank you. Frame shift drive, and crankshaft, whatever. Crankshift. Look, I'm renaming everything. Nearly dangerous. I like the friendship drive. Does it sound like? I'm gonna see. Now I listen to this. Friendship drive. It does sound like friendship drive. Oh my goodness. Right. Third Rock, you're saying about the temperature. I have it to minus 15 degrees right now, and with the ASI Air Plus, I don't know if this is a feature, but I've reached the lowest temperature. But I'm at minus 8 degrees right now. I don't know what it feels like outside. Maybe it does feel like minus 15. It is, but like the cooler is like off. Cooler's off there. Oh, Scandranin! I think, what happened? Or how am I butchering your name as well? Is it Scantranon? Did I already try to clarify this? Oh. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate the tier 1 sub. Onto the spike of appreciation for you. The rod of enjoyments, the pillar of happiness. When it's so cold outside, your cooler says, "Nah, bro, you don't need me. You don't need me." Good. All right. So I was wondering if it was something that was mucking up with BlueStacks. The tiny hands on the overlay. Those are all our friends. It is whenever we're looking at objects in space, and there's sometimes a lot of things going on with the camera. So it helps that you guys can click on your screen. If you're on the PC, you can click on the screen and the little hand will move up and down. So I know what it is you're looking at for further clarification. It's minus 40 degrees here in Edmonton the past couple of days, but we got a bit of relief here. What do you got, like minus 30? So everybody's got your shorts on? Minus 40. The coldest temperatures I felt was in Iqaluit, Nunavut, and that was minus 52 degrees Celsius. And it was like a dry cold. It was just like instantly, like any kind of like breathing out on my mustache, like it froze. Like it didn't even get all the way down the mustache. It just froze like right away. Like it was like mustache to boogers. It was ridiculous. Yeah, hadn't felt anything that cold before. But we were bundled up. We were prepared for it, but my goodness. 3-second skin contact, you got frostbite. It's so weird because you don't even feel it. It just happens all like so quick. I got to -15 today. You're enjoying it. Well, that's good. That's all right. We're at -8 at the moment. We're at -8 degrees Celsius. And what does it feel like outside at the moment? I think it feels like -11. So it's cold enough outside, and there's the residual temperatures around the scope that we're keeping things fairly consistent with the temperature. All right, stack finished. Ooh. Should get a rubber blood spill to put under the spike of happiness for the giggles. I get it. I gotcha. Ramforth is in Norway, and he's +8. Just gave him the eyebrow. That exact one. All right. I'm going to turn these off for a moment. So this is how long? This is like a minute long video. Or adjust the sharpness. So when you are taking video of the moon or planets, the biggest problem you're going to have is the atmospheric disturbance, which causes all that wobbling when you're looking at an image. When you take the video, essentially what it does, it can calculate when you have more of the sharper frames, and it can eliminate all the bad frames. So when you are stacking the video and doing the sharpening, you're able to pull out a little more detail, and it's not as blurry as like a single exposure can be on the moon. So this is also like the first time I've really been using the tracker. Nice one. Using the video on here. 17 degrees for those in the USA. It's hard pass for you. Can't be asked to go outside looking for the kids from A Christmas Story. We got what temperatures can the scopes able to handle? Telescopes are fine for pretty much all, like a great deal of temperatures. It's when it starts getting really cold that the mount itself might start to lock up, like even the gears, if they're going to get a little cold, that they're not going to move as efficiently. Try to process the ASI version and use the raw video in PIP as well to see which does a better stacking job. You're curious. I do not have. I don't have that. I don't have this is about all I have. Like Auto Stackert was another one that I had, and it has been so infrequent that I've used them. Like I would need like another tutorial on there. I mean, I could take this into Photoshop. I really need to expand. Like, obviously, need to expand on what we're using for image processing. There we go. We'll save that 3.99 gigabytes. I didn't overload things, did I? No, we don't want to delete that. So there was, well, that one was a little better for adjusting the histogram. I'm going to move the scope a little bit, bring the moon back into view here. That catch up. DM Arc asked me to do a video call with you and help you out. I'm imaging through the refractor at the moment. Planetary imaging preprocessor. Yeah, I haven't. I think I've used it once. Probably have. Do I have it somewhere on here? I don't think I have it on this computer. No, I don't. Yeah, we're just using the refractor. Yeah. Yeah, I used like PIP once on the laptop with Saturn. It wasn't too bad, and with Mars as well. Actually, Saturn hasn't even been finished. I haven't even finished processing it. It was like incredibly tiny. I don't know, like if I see 9 milliseconds seems too long. How clear can you see the ISS? Yeah, there you go. There we go. There's a view of the International Space Station. You like it better than auto stackered. It's easier to use. You understand nothing. Is there Artsy Chickadee? Is there any like one point you would like some further clarification on? Because there is a little bit of astrophotography talk as well. So yeah, when you're see right now, you can see there's like this little bit of a wobble with the moon. Like actually, it's not too bad. Actually, we have some all right conditions. You're just absorbing it all in. Let it absorb. Any questions kind of pop up later on. We always have Discord. Even like at me on Twitter. Any other further questions you have, always happy to talk about astrophotography. And it's not just me. There's a large community of astrophotographers. Third Rock is a fantastic astrophotographer, and as is Astro Caleb, and they both do astrophotography as well on the Twitch, doing some live imaging. There's Third Rock, and also SimView, who's doing some astrophotography last night as well. So yeah, go check. If it isn't me, it's going to be somebody else. Caleb has the honor of being in the southern hemisphere, so show like a totally different set of targets when he's live. But right now we still have clear skies. I'm probably gonna do one more. Actually, what we can do before we do one more stack of the moon. Let's see what we can do. Pardon me, a tiny bit in Photoshop to make this moon look a little better, perhaps. See if we can bump things up a tiny bit. Not like a full-fledged image processing on here. Just like a quick. How's she going? What kind of details can we pull up? If we can get some better look, a little bit of a better look at the moon. Now, one thing I did last night, before we jumped into Elite Dangerous, I want to open this up for a quick second as well. For the Pleiades image that we had, I changed a blending layer. I changed a blending layer and added like a little bit more detail in here, which is interesting. I've told you can't image the moon with a 268M, at least not with luminance. Really? Really? Is it just too much? Is it just... It's too much? One thing we did was just this one luminance layer, change the blending mode to linear dodge, and it just added... It didn't really make the stars... Didn't make the stars too bloated, but there was just a little more dust lanes that we could see. So adjusted it a little bit so it wasn't so overdone, it was so over processed. I think this, at this point with this much data, I would say that that's it for the Pleiades. Your camera is too sensitive. My goodness, that's pretty cool. Yeah, so this is the Pleiades. It's the open star cluster. And it's like it's one of those targets that well, you can see it pretty much easily with the naked eye. And yeah, it's a fantastic example of a reflection nebula. So there isn't any star forming going on in this area, but it is the stars are reflecting off of the gas and dust. Is this what you do for a career? I am a graphic designer, and astrophotography has become my hobby. And at the moment, doing this, I'm pretty much working as a full-time content creator right now, but still with a little bit of graphic design on the side. And I'm loving sharing these images. And sometimes the data we put together, the images will turn out really nice. Sometimes it just turns out like a little bit of garbage, at least in my opinion. I try to set my standards fairly decently, but at the same time, there's victory in defeat with some of our astro imaging sessions. You asked that because that nebula is really significant in Elite Dangerous lore. I had the option of going over to the Pleiades in the game, but someone said it was gonna take like weeks to get there, so I kind of had to avoid it for the moment. That makes two of us. Gather data looks like poo poo. There are some targets that don't need a great deal of time, and then there are other targets where you need to just like throw in as many hours as possible. Sacramoon, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. In your current ship, it would take a few days. Yeah, it wasn't in the cards at the moment. But yeah, this was that little change in the details, or with the blending layer. I just feel it just added that little bit, that tiny little bit. Yeah, good evening, Sacramoon. Good to see you in here. How are you doing tonight? Glad to have you in. Very cool. Do you have your own telescope? Not sure how this works. Yes, this is what we're using right now. Actually, the big telescope is for deep sky images. We're using a little smaller one in the middle for our main imaging scope tonight. Toastio, what's going on, Toasty? How you doing? Good to see you again. This is actually also the first time we've had two streams in one day. But I figured that the weather is on our side right now, because for the rest of the week, the weather looks absolutely pants. Thursday looks like right now it's gone out the window. So of course, here I am rambling on about things. I was going to try to take another image of the moon. Playing a game called Maneater. Is it a mobile game, or has it moved to Steam? Because it sounds familiar, where you play as a shark. Yeah, let's just move the moon back into position. Ooh. Ugh. All right. Okay, maybe I won't do another video. I'm taking up a lot of bullying. Really? That's kind of weird. It's a full 3D game, kind of like GTA, only you're a shark. That sounds kind of cool. That does sound kind of interesting. All right, let's see if we can get the... Where is this moon? Moon. Documents. New. No. Where does it save to? That is a very good question. Where do all these files save? AVI is a space hog. Be careful. A few minutes can be a terabyte real fast. Yeah, that did jump up pretty quick. We're filling up these gigabytes. For astrophotography, we usually use an equatorial mount because that eliminates rotation. Yeah, it is. There's many options that you could use for telescopes, but the one that we have that's on there is an 8-inch reflector telescope, and it's one of the larger telescopes that I've had in my collection. But then the little one in the middle, the refractor, which uses lenses, is nice for wide field images, and it does make for nice sharp stars. Whereas the larger one has a secondary mirror that can create little spikes on the stars. They're called diffraction spikes, which look. They've grown on me. They've grown on me. So where does this? No. Okay, where? Where does he save to? So I want to save it to Windows, right? Or do I have to download it? Oh, I have to. That's why. The metal girder-looking things. That's where I get my internet from. I'm using wireless. I'm using satellite internet because where I am in rural Ontario, there isn't any. We don't have any fiber optics at the moment. We are still a ways away from getting fiber optics in the ground, so we are dealing with. We need some larger towers to be able to reach. To get some, old school TV antenna towers. Yeah, pretty much. That is the norm when you get into the country. So, figure in about they're saying like maybe 3 to 7 years. They said for getting fiber in our area, or I'm still on the list for Starlink to try to get some faster internet. But for the most part, it works. We're able to do this. We're able to broadcast and show you guys some cool things. It's all this. Exactly, right? What is this? What's all this sky thing? What's going on, CJ? How was your snooze? Have you snoozed? You don't mind spikes, not going anyway to add the fake spikes. No, I tried that before on one of my images, and it just didn't look nice. Exactly, yeah, double stream. Imagine, right? Who knew? Who knew? Tried to snooze? Try to get a bit of a snooze in you. Yeah, so that's our live look at the moon right now. I was going to record another video, but that was going to take up way too much space. And not the kind of space that we're interested in right now. Let's see if I can get our images off of the video. Oh, wait, hang on a second. We can't... Oh, okay. Addison Groove. What's going on? Welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. Glad to have you here today. What's going on? Welcome in. We're taking a live look at the moon right now. Here, if I move this histogram out of the way, y'all can get a good look at the moon. Where it is a full moon, if not 99% of a waning gibbous at the moment. So it is coming out of the full stage. So we're moving into a new moon in the next 14 days. So then we'll have this out of our hair. It'll stop illuminating. It'll stop illuminating my deck like it's like a concert or something like that. Let's move the scope a tiny bit there so we get the moon in the frame. We're not going to fight it. We're not going to fight this moon at all. We're going to allow it to bathe our view. There we go. illuminating. We're going to put aluminium all over the place. X-Space Rock. Was that to slew the scope a bit? Yes, just to kind of just reposition it so everything is nice and centered. Nick, what's going on? How are you doing? That's some good ad pairing, joining the stream, and got a message from Government of Canada. Bum, 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 bum. Could paint the deck a flat black. Do we paint the deck? All right, looks like we may have some clouds rolling through. No. Okay, So Adorable says no. Astro Caleb says yes. Sorry, Caleb, I'm going to have to go with Mrs. Canuck on this one. Was it a heritage moment? Was it the Superman one, or was it the burnt toast? Or was it Winnie the Pooh? Paint it with Vanta Black. Everything. Vanta Black. All of it. So overall, with a lot of the equipment, everything is under $10,000, and that's been curated over 4.5 years, and it depends on where people start with astrophotography. Sometimes if they know what they want, they may jump in head first and put in thousands of dollars into the equipment. I would say I kind of started off a little slow with astrophotography and kind of gathering my bearings with the sky and just all the equipment. But there's also a fantastic amount of help that you have within the astro community. And really, it also depends on what your goals are going to be. Start off with the EQ6R with an 8-inch newt. Sometimes you want to jump whole hog into this, right? The panel's clear or good old plywood. These are glass panels on the deck, so I mean it's nice to walk out to, but they fog up really quick. To install in fiber in the ground, not even to your house, is around 15,000 a foot. Not sure in Canada, but this is why it's not everywhere and taking years to do. It's not easy to make on Earth, easier to do in space. Well, let's make all the fiber optics in space, shall we? Please show what the telescope is looking at again. Okie doke. This is what we're on. We're on the moon. There's the scope. That's enough for the scope. Let's go back to the moon for a moment, shall we? Now we can get a bit of a closer, get some other views of the moon. We come off video, move over to focus, and it does offer us a little bit of a, actually very similar view, to be fair, but we can at least adjust the histogram on here a little more. And we can almost bring out a bit of color depending on how much we're going to be imaging this. So yeah, this is our live look at the moon right now from the telescope on my back deck. And it's better to look at the moon basically as live as possible, even if you're just observing it with your own eyes, your own meat cameras, because it's a very bright target. And if we try to do like a long exposure on the moon, it just is going to. So if we go any longer than, if we go like half a second on the moon, that's way too bright. You need to drop it down to the hundredths of a second to be able to see some of the detail. So we can't see stars. We can't exactly see stars when you're looking at the moon because the contrast is just so great. If you're going to try to get stars and the moon, you're basically going to make a composite, taking an image of the sky where the moon used to be, and then you can kind of overlay the moon in that position to at least show where it would have been on that date. But otherwise, the moon is just too bright of a target. That's why when you're looking at the lunar landing images and people are saying, oh, you can't see the stars. Well, no, you can't. You're not taking long enough exposures to resolve the stars in the image. I know you're making a change of target, so we're looking at stars. Yes, we can.
Line forward. 40 feet down, 2.5. Picking up
Who's
some dust. 4-4,
lurking?
just into the right a little. We copy you
Someone
down,
lurk?
Eagle.
Oh,
Listen,
who's the bot command?
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger,
It was the
Dwayne.
bot command. I'm thinking,
We copy you on
who's
the ground.
lurking?
You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
So yeah, that is the moon is always a wonderful target to look at, and because it's a full moon at the moment, we're gonna have to turn the scope to another area of the night sky, because well, the moon is also a great source of light pollution. Bless you. So it is. See anything to the east? Unfortunately, there's a lot of awesome targets, but here's a little bit of the as soon as you start to bring the moon into view, you see how many stars start disappearing the closer you get to the moon, because it is your pupils are constricting, you're not letting enough light in. So that's also what Stellarium, this program, does, which kind of gives you this this idea of what it is you can expect to see, so you can kind of plan your night's imaging. So unfortunately, there is actually what we probably could do. Actually, because Orion is so bright, because the Orion Nebula is so bright, I think we can probably get away with looking at it. And also because out to the west we have clouds. So let's head over to M42. Let's go over to the Orion Nebula. We have our moon images. I got to download them afterward. Find out where I put them. But let's go over to the Orion Nebula, which is a nice bright target, nice bright nebulosity area of the in the Orion constellation. I was kind of hoping it would actually be like right there, but I'm gonna have to type it. You're gonna make me type M42. You were looking at the socials. I appreciate it. Always try to. You should restart focusing. All right, that's fine. So scope is just going to slew over to the Orion Nebula, which is not too far away from the moon. Usually when we're imaging, you want to stay away from the moon. We'll see how this one's going to turn out. It might be, well, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what kind of details we can pull out on Orion. It's still all right. Oh, I know why. Let's over to preview. Check this out. We might actually even have oh, there we go. That's not too bad. We probably can't do a great deal of long exposures on Orion. But actually this is good because we have imaged Orion before, and it was about 3-minute exposures. Now we got all the nebulosity around there, but this core section of the trapezium, it is incredibly bright. So if we do shorter exposures, we get all the goats. Thanks to the 16-bit of your camera, you can HDR the out of it. Excellent. 16 bits, and there aren't a great deal of cameras that are 16-bit right now, are there? Because this one is the 533 is 12-bit, so we still don't get like the full range. So let's go back over here, and this was a 3-second exposure. 533 is 14-bit. Okay. Let's do a 5-second exposure, and we'll see what we can do. If we start doing a live stack of 5-second exposures, all right, that's not too bad. We're still seeing the stars within trapezium. No, we don't want to go there. We're still seeing the stars, but we're also getting a little bit of nebulosity. So when you are looking at Orion with your own eyes, if you're using a pair of binoculars, you can see You can still see a fair amount of it, actually. It'll be more gray, but you'll see like this gray smudginess in the sky. So if we start to, let's see, let's get the guiding going. For some reason, it wanted to stop. Well, it said we wanted to hit to restart there. So we will, and it was a 5-second exposure. It is really just to start building up the whole image. You can HDR, you can do the, you can edit the image to explore the trapezium, but also allow for more of the details to come out in the rest of the nebula. HDR meaning high dynamic range. Some cameras, like Caleb was saying with his, which one are you using again? QHY to, you'll probably type it quicker than I can find it back in the messages there. QHY 268M. So because you have a large range, and especially because every photon that is hitting the sensor in a monochrome camera is being registered, whereas, looks like we're getting some cloud. We get some cloud, getting some cloud. All right, let's do some very, very quick exposures on Orion, and because it is only 5-second exposures. The only thing that is going to be to our detriment is that we won't have any dark frames to associate with this, but I'll leave it on that. And let's run some 5-second exposures. Minus 15 degrees Celsius. The cooler has turned back on, so clearly it needs to work a little bit to get the bring the cooler down. So we're going to start taking 5-second images. Those will start rolling in, and you can see the clouds. We got all the clouds. See, it's doing that again. What is up with that? Look at that. That weird step. I'm going to have to, I'm going to screenshot this. And check with someone at in the forums or with ZWO and find out what is going on here with my camera. Does it need servicing? The longest exposure that I've taken, the longest single exposure that I have unsuccessfully taken has been 33 minutes. And that is the longest amount of time you can put in with this camera, or at least through the ZWO app. And the longest exposure I've done cumulatively is, I believe it is 22 and a half hours on the Whirlpool Galaxy. And that was a wide field view with this telescope. All right, so as these exposures are coming through, it is things are starting, while we have clouds rolling in, just creating this nice softness with the nebula and stars. We're still getting some details coming through. But yeah, it's I like to do no more than 3 to 5 minute exposures on a target, especially with this camera now, because I can control the temperature. But before, I would just kind of like willy-nilly do any imaging times that I wanted to, and usually you're not going to get like the best results because if there's any errors in guiding, it's not always going to be a nice sharp image. But if you can keep the exposures relatively short but still collecting enough signal, because that's the other important thing, is you can do like, I can keep doing like 5-second exposures on Orion, and it's going to take a heck of a long time to start to resolve any of the nebulosity around this area. And it's just because you're not giving the camera enough time to absorb the information coming in. See General for some HDR goodness. All right, we'll have this continue. So for 5-second exposures, see, we're still maintaining that core. And we're starting to get more details of nebulosity around there. Yeah, but I don't know why I'm getting this overall red. That's kind of weird. It's weird and it's worrisome that all this has all of a sudden happened with the camera over the past couple of nights. But it also resolved itself. I don't know what it is. I'm not too sure. Unless I have somebody else who has had this happen and they fixed it. We'll have to see. The filter didn't do this before. The filter didn't do that, which is weird. Ooh, Caleb, it's nice. The Altair Astro Triband. So, like, what's it? The not the L enhance. But there's no stars. Show me your stars. There's stars in Caleb's. Look at this. That's awesome. HAB and 03, yes. So while it still is kind of like it, I would almost consider it dual band, but because it has the hydrogen beta and 03 together. Yeah, see, when you have a monochrome camera, sure, the images are black and white. But the detail you can get, that's tremendous. The same as the L enhance. Okay, that's the one it's comparative to. Yeah, you see, when you have the monochrome camera, sure, you don't get the color, but it's just so much detail you can resolve in this, and then you HDR the absolute out of it. I went to minimize it with the buttons there. Thanks to the 3 nanometer HA as well. Yeah, that's tremendous. That is really cool. Yeah, see, so when every little bit of information is recorded on a monochrome camera, there's just this other like smooth and sharp view that you can get. I like to try to show color images like right away. However, you have to do longer integration times with your image, and you know it's not always going to be as sharp. So here's pretty almost a very similar focal length. Caleb's was a little bit of a longer focal length, a little deeper field of view. But at the same time, it is just a fantastic shot. 550 millimeters. And right now I'm shooting at 300 millimeters. So not a great deal of change in the focal length, but you get that much closer. You are able to resolve those dust lanes. And like, look how tiny the trapezium stars are in this image. Like it wouldn't even like register. You can barely register them as stars here. So we have 12 5-second images. Usually, like I said, you want to go for like minutes or longer, but you keep the brevity with the Orion Nebula is a little bit of our friend. You can't really see much of the Running Man Nebula, and well, that's not the object that we're looking for right now, but it is just trying to keep those stars in the middle under control, but then slowly bringing out the details. So even if we stretch things a little bit there, you can see we're highlighting, we're starting to, the core is getting a little bit brighter. It's not what we want, but we're also able to start to see a little more detail, starting to see the Running Man vaguely coming through, but we're still also highlighting those ugly bits of the noise. Ignis 514, Ignis 514, welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. Glad to have you in here with us today. We're taking it's almost a live look as possible at the Orion Nebula right now. I set an alarm for Monday, Wednesday, and Friday to work on some Blender classes you purchased. Ooh, really? We were talking about Blender earlier today, earlier this morning on the stream. Would like to, actually, I don't even know if I would want to give Blender a try. I think it'd be interesting. Maybe 25-year-old me would have been down for it. But I don't know how much, at the moment, I want to take on. But yeah, I'd be interested to see what you get done with that there. Hello, Ignis. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So we have like smattering of clouds rolling through. It is 9 o'clock, and the forecast was saying it was a little bit iffy. There was a little bit of an iffy moment with the clouds. However, you know what? I think we're going to run with it because this is like the only clear night we've had in a little while. So we are taking these live images of outer space. Welcome in. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. This is what we do on this channel. Take live images of outer space with a telescope in my backyard. I am in rural southwestern Ontario. Very low light pollution, so I'm using this to my advantage to show you guys some cool images of outer space. Right now, we're taking some short exposures of the Orion Nebula. The Orion Nebula being in the constellation of Orion. If you look at those 3 stars, Alnitak, Alnilam, Mintaka, and really, if you're even just looking at the nebula with your own eyes, your own meat cameras aren't going to let you down with this one. But you can see this little faint fuzzy. You see this little faint fuzzy line, and that's the belt of that's the sword of Orion. Not Orion. It's the sword of Orion. The sword. Not sword. You're only 35, jack of all trades. You like to get good at something. Actually, be 35 in 22 days. Well, happy early birthday to you, Lily. But no, I think I'd like to see what people do in Blender. See the learning curve. Because right now I'm kind of dealing with the learning cliff of Elite Dangerous. Don't know what else we can produce with Elite Dangerous other than some hilarious clips at the moment. But yeah, this is what we're doing here. This is what I enjoy doing. Showing you guys something cool that maybe you're familiar with. You're familiar with the 3 stars of Orion. But what lies within? So these are 5-second exposures, and we're losing a bit of guiding. However, because they're short exposures, we're not getting too many errors. We are waiting for... Oof. Oh, okay. So this is the live view through the guide camera. If we can't pick out a star, it's gonna hold. So at least it'll wait until the camera settles to take another exposure. That's a live view of the stars. Yes, Wiki, what's going on? So we're doing 5-second exposures, and they're stacking on top of each other to start bringing out the details without having, you know, when you take an image of outer space, there isn't most of the time, this is what you start off with. A few of the bright stars are visible, but until you start adjusting the histogram levels, until you start bringing in the lights and the darks together, you're still not gonna, you'll start to see some detail coming through. But you can do a little bit of auto stretch. We are using the ZWO ASI Air Plus. It's one of the newest telescope controllers that is available from ZWO. And I'm counting myself very fortunate to have picked one up early on. And yeah, we're doing some live imaging. This is the Orion Nebula at 5-second exposures. I spent the summer out of high school getting AutoCAD certified. You feel like those skills should translate well with Blender. I've never done anything professionally with AutoCAD though. I guess it really depends on what you're kind of working toward, what you want to do. Now I know that there's some people talking about, Nori Kitty was talking about some 3D modeling in Blender earlier on today on the Lego stream. So I think he's gone to bed though. So next time, catch him, ask some Blender questions. But yeah, Black DJ, how's it going? Good to see you in here today. I'd never seen the Orion Nebula in such detail. I am always happy to be sharing the night sky with everybody. Now we can pull out a little more detail. A little more detail here. Forgive some of the noise in this image, but sometimes if we stretch the image enough, you can ignore a bit of the noise. But you see we got some clouds rolling in, so that is reflecting in the image a little bit. But because this is so bright, that this image is so incredibly bright, that you only need a few seconds. You have a pair of binoculars, you can see it. You look at the belt of Orion, you can see that little faint glow. It's not quite a pinpoint star, pardon me, but it's the glow from the trapezium. This is a stellar nursery where these stars are being born and formed, and they are creating this bowl in space. And right now, a lot of the gases that are picking up is hydrogen alpha. How about the planet Mars? Is that available to view? It's not, unfortunately. Right now, what do we have? I don't know if we have any planets available to us at the moment. Usually, we did have Jupiter and Saturn in our view for a while. Mars was better available back in June. So it really depends on what the position of the planets are going to be at the time. Right now, I think a lot of the planets, maybe save for Uranus, are below the horizon. Let's see, let's turn off constellations. There, Uranus. Jupiter is going to be a little too low for me, unfortunately, at the moment. Neptune, the telescope that we have is a little too small to start to resolve the ice giants, unfortunately. But if we were using the larger telescope, there is a possibility that we could have had a view of Neptune or Uranus, at least get like a colored dot available. It's causing the red hue. There's a little bit of the red hue is currently unknown. The fact of the matter being that the camera shouldn't be behaving like this. I'm not sure why. It did kind of recover like last stream, but some of the red that we can see in the Orion Nebula is from hydrogen alpha. Hydrogen alpha is in the visible spectrum at a wavelength that is about 653 nanometers.
Okay.
Alert. Oh, again, it's because the commands. So those who do claim that they are going to do alert know that you are safely ensconced in the beard. So if you are genuinely having a lurk, I do appreciate you hanging out there. Just mind the snacks and make sure that you do save enough for everybody in there. But with the camera, it is a color camera, so when you're we are seeing these targets, you're kind of getting you're getting as accurate as a color representation than you can, unless you're using monochrome cameras, and then you can, depending on which filter you're using, you can reassign those colors to maybe bring out better details. Like with the Hubble images, they always look like the colors are a little weird, and that's because they're mapping the certain wavelengths of light to either red, green, or blue, and that's what kind of causes this different look to these images. Whereas, for the most part, depending on what we're shooting, we should have a fairly accurate color representation. Now, let's see if we can do it like this. I can kind of put it toward. BT Dubs Soyuz MS-20 is coming back. When is that? When can we expect to see that? You've just made an amazing discovery. Here on Amazing Discoveries, we have CJ Laufeyson. How far away is the Running Man Nebula? Running Man is we have some details. Soon. So there's the actually here. Let's go over to a previous image previous image of Orion. See, this is the same camera, same filter, different night, but yeah, it's just and longer single exposures. These are 3-minute exposures that have been stacked. So yeah, the Orion is about 1,500 light years away, and I believe the whole thing itself is about 130 light years across. So it is a massive structure. Let's see, I can get the some of the details on here. But there's a lot of information. This is also where I get the Sky Safaris, where I get the majority of my information from when I'm kind of reading from a textbook. You're waiting for the moment that we can travel in light years. If we can harness the power in Elite Dangerous and travel at those speeds, you can go faster than the speed of light. You can activate the friendship drive, then let's start making more science fiction, science fact, right? What do we got for the physical properties of Orion? Okay, sorry, it's not my apologies. It's not 130 light years across. It's 24 light years across, and about 1,300 light years away. The Rosette Nebula is 130 light years across. I assume that you're already dead by then. Although, you know, if we perfect light speed travel, then you end up going back in time. You jump on in. So to take 1,500 light years away, add 6,508, which is the serial number of this Lego boat. What number does that come to? What? $1,500 light years away, add 6,508. Math. Is anybody going to math quicker than I am? 6,508 plus 1,500. No, it's 8,008. So, CJ, are you saying that we should build this Lego boat wave racer and also image Orion, right? I didn't realize Rosette was that massive. Knew it was big, but 130 light years. Yeah. What's going on, Dustin? How you doing, sir? That was one of those facts that kind of sticks heavy in my brain, because the center of the Rosette Nebula itself is 30 light years across. This gap, this void in Rosette is 130 light years. So yeah, just to find, to get the we barely get the dimensions of everything seems so flat and small. So that it is it is mind blasting. It is. I have an existential crisis many times when I'm outside observing, just doing some visual astronomy, and just But yeah, it's we have what's the sky doing? All right, we have clouds running through every now and then, so we are doing some live stack right now on Orion. But actually, Dustin, maybe you have some experience with these cameras. Maybe you might be able to answer this for me. Do you know what may be causing this on a ZWO camera where the red is way too high? Because this image is the same camera, same filter, just different lengths of exposures. But for some reason, I'm getting like this massive red spike. Don't know what's happening with that there. So the gap, this is the Rosette Nebula is a star forming region. So it is also, you get the stellar winds that are forming these areas. So basically it is kind of the gas and dust has been cleared out of this area essentially. But you still have these little pockets of detail where you get some wispiness of the gases still being, you get a little bit of reflection nebula in there where these stars are, these young, hot young stars are living in your area today are creating this little bit of a reflection and also ionizing the gas around the Orion. Hey, Claire. So you want to take up 45 minutes to get yourself on a new ship tonight? If you start now, you can mine enough diamonds to set you up, and you got to meet me somewhere to sell them. Just really bummed being a billionaire, not being able to help Nuggets. We'll see how the clouds go. We'll see how the weather turns out. Maybe. I do appreciate the offer. We'll see it. We'll see how things go. Like I said, I'll be fair chance. Maybe not on stream, but a little afterwards, just to kind of get used to the you got a big open slot tonight. All right. Okay. Excited about the new telescope. Black DJ. I cannot tell you how excited and nervous I am for this. The fact that it keeps being, actually, it was originally supposed to be yesterday. Yesterday was supposed to be the original launch, the 18th of December. Then it was pushed back 4 days, and then pushed back another 2 days. So we're hoping that this Friday morning, we will watch the Ariane 5 rocket take off from French Guiana, and we'll usher in a new era of telescopes, of space telescopes. When you finish, it won't take long. At least you get you out of the sidey. And maybe I won't crash into the spaceports anymore. All right, it looks like, see, right now we're shooting toward the moon. We're shooting toward the moon. We got a little bit of cloud rolling through, but I think overall these images are looking fairly decent. Our guiding has seemed to have stopped. Let's refresh this. Let's try guiding again. You have more concerns for Ariane during ascent than the telescope itself, and with that you mean the rocket. I've watched quite a few, and I'm confident with Ariane space, but yeah, I am still going to be very nervous. Still going to be nervous overall. Didn't NASA lose a probe on Mars Christmas Day like 2005? No. We're ignoring any past issues, any past problems that have happened with space. BT Dubs, got any plans of getting an additional counterweight? I have tons of plans. However, nobody has them in stock. I see that was it Con Telescope and Ontario Telescope and Accessories have them on their site, but they're not in stock. I mean, it's $50 for a counterweight, which is great. Also, I need to order the UV IR cut filter so we can do some serious broadband imaging in anticipation for possibly Tuesday being a little more in favor for our imaging session. Okay, so it looks, I don't know what's up with this camera. I don't know what's going on with this camera here. In the sense that it looks like, you can see the red is starting to even out. Now, if this starts dropping, this area on the light side on the histogram starts dropping, then I don't know if it's starting to drop. We can fix that in post, no problem. But it's just weird that it was doing that for the most of the night. I'm just wondering if it's an overall temperature thing with the camera. I'd like to not worry about it, but you know, it'll still nibble in the back of my brain. Although this is already we're starting to get some better color coming through. It'd be such a blow if there was a launch. No, don't, Nick, what are you saying? What are you saying? The risk will never be zero. True. I am okay. This is also my take on JWST. Brains are not for nibbling, it's for thinking. Brains. Oh wait, hang on a second. I have a filter for this. What's going on, Ark? How you doing? All right, hang on a second. We can do this. It's stupid, but this will be next for next Halloween. This will be next Halloween. Come on. No. Zombie? Wait. Yeah, you know. Give a man Snapcam and voice mod. He'll entertain himself all day long. All right, so this is starting to look a little more normal. The effects are just too real sometimes. There are some fantastic Snapcam effects. There are some that are absolute, like, that are ridiculous. They're garbage. But then, yeah, there are other ones that just look so nice. MS-20 deorbit burn has started. Is there, Caleb, is there live footage of this anywhere? Is there someone on the YouTube who's looking into this, who's sharing this? Is it NASA spaceflight? Because if it's NASA spaceflight, then I can't restream it. Glad you asked. Yes. All right, cool. Who is Space Videos? Live coverage will be at 2100 Eastern, 2 a.m. Universal Coordinated Time. Not NASA spaceflight, but is this one of those things where you just where I can't restream it? Oh, if NASA's doing it, NASA's always happy with that. You're fine to do that. All right. Okay. If this does start to occur while we're streaming, we'll check out the landing of the manned Soyuz MS-20 with Japanese tourists. Very cool.
1 minute, 30 seconds, 41 meters.
Okay, the Russian Soyuz MS-20 is scheduled to land in Kazakhstan at 22:13 Eastern, Sunday, December 19th, 2021. So that is, what, in about another... just under an hour now, yeah?
45, 37 meters.
So give me a chance, percentage of a chance you'll want some diamonds tonight. Just don't want to mine them and have to fly around with them more than you need to. Okay, Claire, I'm going to be totally honest with you. I would really like to do that tonight. However, I think it's probably going to be an early night for me once the imaging session is done. Possibly midweek, but also we're kind of edging into the holidays. But I do appreciate the help. I do appreciate the offer for the help. But yeah, I think it'll be, we're just edging to that holiday season, and I don't know what the schedule is going to be. Possibly Thursday night might be clear, and then Friday morning we're kind of rolling into the launch of Web. So if, depending on the schedules, possibly Wednesday night, we might do we'll see how that goes for Elite Dangerous streams. We'll give that a shot. So yeah, so you're not wasting resources and kind of putting your ship at risk as well. All right, so we have this on standby, and never. It is so hard reading live chat from for some launches or for some landings, anything space. There is inevitably going to be trolls there, which is. Well, sometimes it's good if it's going by nice and quick, then nobody has time to digest it. But yeah, other times it can be difficult. Okay, so we're back to clear skies. We have 46 images stacked. Yes, I'm on PC. I am on the PC. Does that impact things negatively or positively? Do I also need to be playing Odyssey or Horizon, or can it just be vanilla? Or does it matter? Does it just depend on what... positively. Excellent. Good. Good. You love the NASA MCC shot for the guy who had the football game up on his computer. The mission control. What's going on, Big Poppy? How are you doing? Horizon is great, but you don't need it to play with you. All right, cool, cool. I haven't, like, I just started with just Elite Dangerous Vanilla. Vanilla had Horizon as far as he went, but Odyssey is meh. I don't even know what they're about right yet. I'm so much of a noob right now that I just think everything is cool. Everything is difficult. So it's always going to be a new adventure with Elite Dangerous. Odyssey turns into a crafting survival game. Really? No, that doesn't sound like my cup of tea at the moment. So we've been doing some short exposures on the Orion Nebula. So we are having some clouds that are kind of interfering overall with the image. But if we stretch this image to like beyond anything, yeah, sure, we're gonna get some of the clouds coming through, but at least we're getting more details. The core is kind of blown out. That's what we don't want. That's what we're trying to avoid, is blowing out the core, so we actually see the trapezium cluster in the middle. It sounds right up your... Vanilla Space One. Horizon, the new core game, includes no atmosphere planets and SRVs. Odyssey is space legs and low atmosphere planets. All right. There's such a vast amount of everything in Elite Dangerous. That is the Nimbus Nebula, much better than the Cumulonimbus Nebula. You go back to No Man's Sky a few times, but if they get the settlement building, you're all up in it. They want you to build bases. Oh, cool! Really? Man, there's like how long have I missed out on Elite Dangerous? This is years, right? It's years that I haven't been partaking in Elite Dangerous, right? So there's quite a lot of lore to catch up on, I would imagine. So I was some people were saying last night that that Grin Crow is deep into the Elite Dangerous lore. It's been out for 7 years. Oof, and I'm just starting now. We got a lot of catching up to do. I'll see what the schedule is like, and we'll throw in maybe one more Elite Dangerous night. Thargoids. That had come up before. What is what's Thargoids? What is this? If there's like a TLDR version, I'll be happily enlightened on this. You just see it as them taking Elite Dangerous to the space travel simulator and turn it into No Man's Sky. An alien species. They live in the dimension we travel through from star to star. All right. As well as you like No Man's Sky, you find it like very childlike with the aliens. Everything looks a bit too cartoonish, and that puts you off. There are a few people who sing the praises of No Man's Sky. Maybe it's just because of the improvements that it has endured over time. But I do feel it is... there isn't a grittiness to No Man's Sky. It is very overall friendly, it feels. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's there is, I don't like the word clunky almost comes to mind with No Man's Sky, where it's almost too over the top. Whereas there's this grittiness about Elite Dangerous. That's also a kind of alert that kind of turned me on to EVE Online as well. But I think even that had that was like a totally different learning curve. I think my brother and I played it for a couple hours, and we'd like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what's going on. We're not destroying billions of in-game dollars for fun. No Man's Sky had a vast improvement, but it's still a crafting survival game, and the flight engine feels weak. I have it on the through the Xbox Game Pass, but it is it's just not, it doesn't feel the same. It feels bulky, soft. You want to land on a planet, you want something to crawl out of the magma, spit fire, and try to chew your bollocks off. You know, something like in Riddick, where that thing with the spiky tail and the venom that he has to try to get by. Playing quite a bit of No Man's Sky this summer. It was enjoyable, but you kind of fall into a pattern and it started to feel stale. Yeah, the Aliens universe. Yes, the Xenomorphs, where it is absolute terror, and they seem like way too OP, but you can still get by. It's gritty, dark, moody, scary, a bit hard. Damn it. And it gets stale. I think there is a certain formula to some games. And I felt that everything was good with, I'm going to go over to Halo for a second. 1, 2 was fantastic. 3 was pretty decent. 4, I got like 2 levels in, and I just haven't gone back to it. And maybe it's just maybe my taste in games have changed. I would still like to play Halo Infinite, but then I got to go back and do 4, 5. And then also play Reach. And there's a lot of games and TV to catch up on. So what do we got? Okay, a little more, another bout of clouds possibly rolling through, but we've been, so 5-second exposures. We have had 61 exposures, and if math tells me anything, it means I need to get a calculator. But we have
okay.
Claire, appreciate the lurk. Stay safe, stay warm. To go back to Orion, is there a pulsar in the middle of that nebula? There is not. These are young stars. This is a stellar nursery. The Crab Nebula, M1, has a pulsar at the center. So these are young stars being born and creating and shaping this nebula. And you can, most of the time when you're looking at stellar nurseries where these stars are being born, it's this kind of soft, flowy look to the things. Whereas if you're looking at a supernova remnant, it's aggressive. It looks it looks gritty. It looks dark, moody, scary, bit horny. You know, that's what you want to see in a supernova remnant. But there's like this soft flowiness to a stellar nursery where these planets are being formed. These stars, these protostars are beginning, where you can possibly start to see protoplanets forming around these stars if we're lucky. So it is a pulsar, and I'll show you, and I come back to this image very frequently. This Crab Nebula image on Astrobin from Detlef Hartmann. Now there is an updated version here. Where's his name? Let's bring this up. So it is a 12-year exposure on the 12-year time lapse, sorry, on the Crab Nebula, where you can actually start to see the movement. There's a pulsar at the center of this supernova remnant. You can see just how it's jagged, and it just doesn't look as soft and pillowy as you get with the stellar nurseries, these star forming regions. but you can see like the overall rotation of the pulsar and how much this supernova remnant is expanding over 12 years. But even then, you look at it for 12 years, it seems like a very insignificant amount of movement. But when we're taking these images, we look at the Orion Nebula, we see no movement. This is 6,400 light years away. This is more than 5 times the distance that Orion is from us. So to be able to keep your camera trained on this target and create this time lapse, this 12-year time lapse, is absolutely incredible. And like I said, this is one of the more important images in astrophotography, that you can actually see something happening in space. It's not that often that you can see these movements occurring. It's let me see if we actually have the Crab Nebula in our... Oh, we have the Crab Nebula, but it's like right beside the moon. It's right beside the moon. Otherwise, I would have sent the scope over that way. But there is the Crab Nebula. But also right beside it is our full moon. So we're almost staring directly into the full moon, which is not going to net us the best looking image of this of the supernova remnant. But next time we have a new moon, we do know that we can get this target in our sights. So that's a bit of an issue at the moment. But I figured I picked the Orion Nebula because it is nice and bright. It is a bright target. It doesn't need a great deal of exposure time, and our filter is designed to pick up the hydrogen alpha signal in these targets, and make them look nice and pretty. So while we could do, we could have done like single 3-4 minute exposures, but we wouldn't still be able to resolve the core. We wouldn't still have these stars within the trapezium cluster shining through. But you can see we've had a little bit of cloud rolling in, so it is creating this haze around some of the stars. Histogram is still looking a little weird, a little wonky on us. I think it's going to largely look like that for a while. Possibly the camera has calmed down. Let's see if we can make this look a little nicer before we move on to another target. At least we're starting to get a little bit of the Running Man coming through. But again, it was to try to illustrate. Oh, we had a plane. We had a bit of an airplane fly through. So there's also if you have multiple colors in a line, you got an airplane. If you have one color, one single streak, more often than not, you're going to be seeing a satellite photobombing your image. So I'm going to save this as an example of something that I like and don't like. Is there any chance it's overheating and picking up infrared from itself? No, I don't think so. I mean, the whole camera right now is we're sitting at minus 15 degrees. It's minus 10 degrees outside right now. If it's 3 very close streak, it's most likely it's probably the ISS. We have had the ISS pass through, and it almost looks like a giant lightsaber. We were imaging the Western Veil Nebula a while back, and there's the streak that the ISS leaves behind. Initially, we did think it was a Starlink train, but it ended up being because everything was just way too uniform. And what's also kind of cool is when you look at it really close, you can see how there's these wibbly, little wobbling movements, and that's the scope correcting as we're imaging. So I think that was kind of cool that it caught those movements in the camera. So that was the International Space Station, just purely by chance. I wasn't even trying to capture it. It was that initial knee-jerk reaction, thinking it was a big Starlink train. We're like, oh, thanks, Elon. But that was there was a question that was asked a while ago, actually, and yeah, that came up. And I forgot to jump over to this image. All right, so we did save that. See, it's starting to look a little better. The histogram is starting to look a little better there, but I think after this exposure, we'll save it. Unless anything interesting has flown through this one. We have nothing new. We'll stop there, and we will find a new target to image. And maybe the camera has has calmed down. But I find it weird that we're at -9. The camera is at -15 and holding, and it's not needing to cool down anymore, and the cooler is completely off. I just think it's weird that it is holding steadily at -15 even while we're imaging. It's not even warming up. It's Starlink if you're imaging something close to the horizon, maybe something below 50-ish. We're kind of low on the horizon at the moment, but yeah, at the time it was just that initial reaction that we were thinking, oh, here comes the Starlink. Ooh, here comes the clouds. I was thinking that maybe we would go back over towards the west. Maybe we can go. Let's see where we can point the scope at the moment. Maybe high towards the south. Maybe high in the southern sky, perhaps. Actually, what is pretty much straight up towards the zenith at the moment? Let's try for... I'm going to go over to NGC 884 or Caldwell 14. Is there anything penis-shaped? Oh my goodness, is there ever? Is there ever? You want to see a poorly endowed space penis? There's the Heart Nebula for you. We could also go over there. That's a decent target. But I haven't actually gone over to the double cluster. Now, we don't have the filter properly that is best suited for a star cluster, but maybe we'll... Ooh, look at those clouds. Okay, we might be clouded out for a little bit here. Have you ever heard the DNB catalog? No. What is in the DNB? We have the Sharpless catalog available. Am I missing where that is? Have you ever tried to image any near-Earth objects? I have... Oh. Damn it, Caleb. Are you and CJ hanging out together right now? Which HIP system is in the middle of your current target? Nick, I haven't had the opportunity to try to image any near-Earth objects. The 8-inch telescope might be good for testing that out. I've tried to capture the asteroid series, but to no success. Someone in the RAP Discord actually gathered a bunch of people and... Sorry, I gathered a bunch of pee-pee shaped objects and put them into DNB. That's send that over to CJ. It sounds like it's right up his alley for some hilarious memes. Right, HIP 11020. That's one, or there's 10816, 10873. We have quite a few objects in here. But I'm going to send the scope over to the double cluster and see if we have any luck with that. Hopefully it's kind of on the other side of the clouds, because the clouds seem like they're moving like northwest towards the east. Some of these we'll get the distance, and some of them distance. So was it was it 9,500 light years, give or take about 1,000? This cluster is 6,781 light years away. So we got 6.8 thousand light years. It's incredible, just the distances, and also when you're looking at the size of nebulae, and then when you look at the size of galaxies and how, like, the Pinwheel Galaxy is one of the largest ones that we can image face on. And as large as it looks in the sensor, and then you look at objects that are commensurate in size in your field of view, and you realize that the object is only like a couple hundred or maybe 100 light years across, and Pinwheel Galaxy is hundreds of light years across. So let's send the scope over there to Caldwell 14. And see if we actually have some of that in our field of view. As long as we're we're shooting towards the southern side of these clouds, and I think we'll be all right there. But yeah, glad to have you guys in here today. Hopefully you're having a good time, enjoying the views from the night sky, as well as we can have our images coming through tonight. But my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and this is what we do on this channel. This is the main goal, the main purpose, the main drive behind everything we do here, is actually getting some interesting images of the night sky, showing you guys something cool out there. I was just looking at the Pinwheel and Stellarium. The Telrad guy shows it almost a full moon size. Half a degree. And then we look at the Andromeda galaxy. When you take a look at Andromeda, and that itself is 6 full moons in diameter. And you don't even think that it doesn't even seem like it's that large, and yet it'd be. You're doing wonderful things. Well, I appreciate it, CJ. I just hope that you guys always have a good time in here hanging out. And if there's ever anything more that you want clarified, any other further details that I can offer up, I'm always happy to answer questions. And even if, like I said, there's never any stupid questions. You know, it's the fact that if you don't ask the questions is when I feel that everybody can lose out on that. If you can present a learning opportunity or just any point of clarification. Honestly, it may be a loose firework in a hamster shop. If there was any sentence that encapsulates, but the science, the exploration and community, a lovely place, and keep shouting out about this channel. I appreciate it very much. Loose firework in a hamster shop. And yeah, you know, CJ, you yourself, you bring a nice, unique flavor to the chat. I appreciate it. M31 is Naked Eye. No real surprise there. An old friend from childhood. I saw Andromeda through binoculars for the first time this year, and like that was something incredible to see. And it actually, like, luckily enough, after like a quick little star hop, I was able to find it, and it was like straight up, and it's just it's an interesting faint fuzzy, and knowing what it is, what I'm looking at, and how many times we've imaged it on stream, it is just it's incredible to see. And we're on the double cluster. We're not using like the right filter, If we could eliminate these clouds, that'd be primo. MS-20 orbit service descent module separation. All right. How close are we to... what do we got there? The final level. Are you able to find that planet that was recently found that's 10 times the size of Jupiter? We don't. Unfortunately, my telescope is as big as my telescope is. Well, we're not using the big telescope today. Some of those larger planets, we could find the star where it's located, but yeah, we don't have the. Unfortunately, we don't have the resolution power yet to get these kinds of images. But we'll go for some deep sky objects. Right now, we are looking at the double cluster. Let's see if we have if the clouds have abated yet. See how our cloud situation is. Oof, no. Clouds are even worse. Actually, the guide cam is usually a good barometer to see what we can remedy, what we can resolve here. But I think we should have some of the clouds pushing out, so we'll be able to get a better view of the double cluster in a moment. You got the Orion 2x54 binoculars. It's fun just for visual astronomy. I don't know what binoculars I have. I have a pair of binoculars, and it's just great. It's you kind of sometimes people will start off with binoculars, and it's kind of been recommended if you want to get into astronomy or to like visual astronomy, is start off with binoculars. And some people it might work great. Other people may want to delve a little deeper. Maybe you want to get a Dobsonian telescope and have like that light bucket at your disposal, or maybe you want to go like whole hog and get like an equatorial mount and spend thousands of dollars right off the bat. There is always going to be a learning curve, and sometimes I think using a go-to telescope is a great way to start out. You can learn alongside with the telescope where these objects are in the night sky. It gets you up and running as quickly as possible. All right, looks like we got some clear skies at the moment. Let's go for the double cluster, and we'll do some live stacking on this one. We can do some longer exposures. Let's go back to our 180-second exposures on here, and that's only because I have the darks on here. All right, let's start on that. See, look at the histogram. The histogram is looking better now. I don't know what it is. But yeah, final level. Good to have you in here. Glad to have you with us. Like I said, this is what we do on this channel. Doing some live astrophotography, good or bad. Good or bad. There's always something we can learn from this. You had an old antique pair of folding opera glasses that you salvaged as a kid. Folded about the size of a cigarette case, and even they give you some fine views of M31 under country skies. You still had them. Even like any little bit of assistance that we can offer up with our jelly modules. Nah, I'm gonna stick with meat cameras. With our meat cameras is always nice. Salvaged, okay. Any little assistance that you can offer up is going to help things out. So if you are using like a large aperture telescope that's going to gather more light than your eyes can, you want to kind of compare what you can see. You take a photograph that is about 0.2 of a second. That is kind of the amount of exposure time that your eyes can see and resolve if you are just looking up at the night sky. So if your camera, you can do like a 5-second exposure for the night sky for like a super wide field view. It is, you have a better opportunity. You have the option to see that. MS-20 re-entering. All right, let's go over to let's jump over here for a minute. So this is Soyuz will be returning back to Earth. Russian cosmonaut Alexander Myskrin and Japanese tourist.
Gravity and the heat of the atmosphere as the Soyuz flies through it. 8:56, about 4 minutes from now, is when they'll experience the maximum pressure or G-load of their descent, about 4 to 5 times the force of gravity that we feel here on Earth. And then just 2 minutes after that, about 14 minutes before touchdown, the first in a series of parachutes will deploy. That's when the Soyuz is still about 35,000 miles above the Earth and traveling at more than 500 miles per hour.
So do they have any cameras trained on this yet, or are we just kind of
Those
getting
first two parachutes are called the pilot parachutes.
the information and the visualizations coming through right now?
8.4 square feet. They together drag out the drogue chute. That one, 258 square feet, slows the Soyuz down to 178 miles per hour. It also creates a gentle spin for the Soyuz as it dangles underneath the chute, and that helps stabilize the capsule in its final minutes before touchdown.
Lulster Leet, what's going on? Do I have an Astrobin profile? I do. Do I? I think so.
Continues slowing the capsule down to a speed of about 16
I have to double
miles
check.
per hour.
But how you doing today?
At first, the capsule hangs beneath it at a 30-degree angle to the horizon to help with
All right, Caleb,
aerodynamic
keep us posted
stability.
on the
Then one of the two
on the
pipes
Soyuz.
connecting the parachute will be severed, and the Soyuz will right itself so that it's in a.
You have Astrobin, we just don't have anything on it yet. Now I know there is a big kerfuffle that occurred with Astrobin, and a lot of people lost some data, which was unfortunate. Where's my Astrobin? Let's see. There are some edits I want to do. Maybe if you search like Astro Canuck, it'll pop up. But there's maybe some other information that I did want to change on there. Like, can I adjust my URL? Staging for my messages, API keys. No. Subscription plans? No, that's probably not it. No. Let's log back in. Public gallery, no. My messages. My settings. Basic information, yeah. Change your username. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's what I need. Current username. Desired username. Let's go with Astro Canuck. I understand that my username. Yes, I understand. Email. Subject change username. I would like to change my username on Astrobin. I'm aware that I can also simply change. Yes, that's fine. Real name. Da 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 da. I understand. Yes, I understand. I have checked the new. If I checked, I don't know. Can't imagine that anybody else would have it. My request is being processed. All right. Yeah, it's just that I've had Astrobin before doing this, and just try to limit my full name being out on the internet. That's all. Although, to be fair, if you guys buy my book, you have my full name. So, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Am I right? But we have clear skies. We are imaging. No, it's still doing that red step. That is so weird. That is so strange. Why am I getting this red? Like, look, it's very specific. It's a very specific and deliberate step of red. And it causes this overall red hue to everything, which doesn't need the red. I haven't changed anything with the filter unless there is, like, I don't know. It can't be like condensation on the filter. Otherwise, we would have some hazy images. But I want to see. I gotta find out if anybody else has encountered this, because it's really, really weird. Like the camera doesn't have any IR that could be interfering with the image. I'm not sure. Everything seems to be operating very differently at the moment. Whereas, like, the cooler is off, and it's at minus 15 degrees. It doesn't feel like minus 15 degrees out. it's -9, maybe feeling like -10. A deliberate step of red, maybe you're detecting a specific gas in the atmosphere and it's causing... No, that would cause a notch. I got nothing. Yeah. I thought it was like last time I had my headlamp pointed out toward the camera, and I thought that was what was causing it, but no, it's still doing it tonight. And it's kind of strange. I need to find out what is up with that. Now, Caleb says, don't worry about it. Well, ultimately, no, I shouldn't worry about it. But I am, and just need to know what is causing it. Hopefully it's nothing that's going to cause some issues. You've been hearing ASI air patches lately have been having various issues. I've experienced no issues with ASI air lately. Ooh, that's a good question. No, I updated on the phone. I updated the app on the phone. Calm your ass. It'll be fine. It's fine. I know. But, you know, it sits in the back of my mind. I don't think it'll be snow, because last time I was doing this, we didn't have snow either. But it didn't do that when it's like the dim targets. It's like there's something up with the red channel in the camera. Because I go to the moon and it seems all right. I know there's people I can talk to in the morning about this and find out. Now that it's happened a second time, I know it's not the variable that I thought it was. So yeah, it could be. Background extraction should remove the red banding. It can be fixed in post. I know that, but I would like to, in photography, you always kind of want to do as much in camera as possible, so there's less to do. You stand corrected. Your ASI air keeps demanding SD card for saving when you boot, and you always have to manually set USBs for the saves. Really? I remember. Did anybody have the ASI air when there was that issue when they pushed out an update and they went out for Chinese New Year? They're off for a month. Hello, Deadly Fork. What's going on? How you doing? How you doing tonight? On the ASI Air Pro. I think that was that issue may have only happened with the original ASI Air, I believe, but still, it was one of those events that occurred, and like everybody was fuming about it. Yeah, Deadly Fork, how you doing? How you doing tonight? We have some clear skies. I mean, this is great. This is fantastic. We have a full moon, so after the double cluster, I'm going to point this back out toward the west so we can avoid some of the glare and try to figure out what's up with the camera. But yeah, we're currently looking at the double cluster, NGC 869, 8, and 884. The open clusters NGC 869 and 884, also known as... I am terrible with my Latin. Form the famous double cluster in Perseus. The clusters mark the scimitar which Perseus decapitated the Medusa. The famous double cluster in Perseus has perhaps been known since prehistoric times and was first catalogued by the Greek astronomer Hipparchus. Oh my goodness. Hipparchus in 130 BC. For unknown reasons, Messier did not include the double cluster in his famous catalogue. Let me read that sentence again. Chinese New Year plus COVID double whammy for supply and fulfillment. Hippopotamus. Mr. Potamus!
Hey, did you get that thing I sent you?
I'm going to read that one again. The famous double cluster in Perseus has perhaps been known since prehistoric times and was first catalogued by the Greek astronomer Dang it!
Did you get that thing I sent you?
Let's try it one more time. Hipparchus. Got him! Got him! We can do this. It'll happen. The famous double cluster in Perseus has perhaps been known since prehistoric times and was first discovered. Okay. Once more with feeling. The famous double cluster in Perseus has perhaps been known since prehistoric times and was first cataloged by the Greek astronomer Hipparchus in 130 BC.
You should have gone for the head.
Hippopotamus would be a cool Greek name. Oh. All right. I don't want to say I give up on that one. The famous double cluster of Perseus is perhaps been known since prehistoric times. It was first cataloged by the Greek astronomer Hipparchus in 130 BC. For some unknown reasons, Bessie did not include a double cluster in his famous catalog. Let's get that in there. Now, if I just slow the audio down, it'll all make sense. There is some historical confusion about the designations of the double cluster since the 1840s. What is an X and an H in Greek? Where's my Greek alphabet? Something hippopotamus. That's it. That's what we're doing. H is put it in H. Where is H? H is eta. X is chi. Chi or chai? Pronounce it for me. Come on. Phi? No, that's no chai. X is chi, pronounced like archive. Chi is T. All right. Chi. So we have Chi Perseus and where'd it go? I just said it before. Chi and Eta. Which is why archive exists. I like random spellings like that. Now that I know what they are, I better pronounce these. Chi and Eta Persei. Since the 1840s, the name Chi Persei is attributed to NGC 884 and Eta Persei to NGC 869. However, Tycho Brahe probably measured one position for the nebula star that is actually the double cluster, and then Johann Bayer designated this star as Chi. Probably Bayer used the name Eta Persei for a fainter star nearby. We're getting there. We will learn our Greek alphabets, if not through stars and variants. These two clusters are a stunning sight in low-power, wide-field eyepieces. Each cluster is half a degree in diameter. NGC 869, the more compressed of the two, has over 200 white and bluish-white members. NGC 884 to the east has 175 mostly white and bluish-white stars. NGC 884 contains about 150 stars, and judging from its stellar population, is significantly older than NGC 869. So this is about 6.8 thousand light years away for this target that we're looking at right now. Both clusters are also blue shifted, with NGC 869 approaching Earth at a speed of 22 kilometers per second and NGC 884 approaching at a similar speed of 21 kilometers per second. I think they should get those blue members checked out. I know, right? There could be a circulation issue. So these stars are not exactly that red. However, they are orange. They are orange in hue in stellarium. So really, we're just getting some exaggerated color at the moment, which is, like I said, and what other people have said, this isn't a problem. It's a little bit of an issue, a little bit of a camera issue. but it can be fixed. Wanted to fix it in post, we can fix it in post, or it's just we're doing it live. But I haven't imaged a double cluster before. Elite Dangerous lists HIP 11020 as a blue supergiant, by the way. Nope, Stellarium, where are you? Star magnitude 6.40, absolute magnitude minus 5.88. Color index blue. Okay, what's happening here? You can hear my computer going bananas. Ooh, is that a big wall of cloud? Is that a big ass wall of cloud rolling in? Have I gone to the wrong camera? I can't see where I am. I've gone to the wrong camera. Oh, look at this! Look at this bowl of clouds rolling in. Oh boy. Oh boy. Man, oh man. Well, let's see what does the rest of the forecast show. See, another thing that we see in this camera, I see like little flashes, but it's not. It's usually not anything significant. It maybe just be something on the sensor itself that's causing some issues. All right, what is causing my computer to go bananas at the moment? I'm not quite sure what it is. X-Kai is about the only one you can pronounce, which mainly because you had nerds explain the archive pun to me. I think it's there are all these other aspects of language and education that these offshoots from astronomy, and how a lot of these names are still intact. Like when you look at some of the names of stars, anything that has like an AL in front of it is usually from Arabic, and I learned that like fairly early on. Like Betelgeuse was in the Arabic is Betelgeuse, and there's Alcyone is another one that comes from the Arabic language. So you have like that mix of Greek, Latin languages that show up here. And yeah, just another reason to kind of buff up on the history. Otherwise, how much sense does it make to us? So let me check on the College of DuPage. Clouds cannot happen, you forbid it. Old Neener, forbid it. Forbid it. All right, Pops, have a good night. Have a good sleep. Much love to you. Appreciate you hanging out tonight. There was that one time in the Islamic University in Timbuktu that would have rivaled Oxford. All right, night, Pops. If time ends in the future, wouldn't that mean would mean now would end as now is also time? Wait, hang on a second. It's getting too late for this. If time ends in the future, wouldn't that mean now would end as now is also time? How deep are you going on this, CJ? Because then there is nothing measured for time. There's no entropy available to measure the passage of time. So are you saying that just now is the end of time? Library of Alexandria and the old Persian learning centers promoted these mixings of knowledge in writing and naming. Sankor Mosque University, if you want to check it out. See, these are also other little. See now, all these little things. Do we want to add other pages for references on the Discord? Because it's nice to have the evergreen content, and kind of scrubbing back through the VODs to try to find these specific conversations. It is what I do like about Discord. is that we can have them. Now used to be the future. When will then be now? I read about that in high school. The African continent experienced a renaissance way before Europe. It was basically done before Europe came out of the Dark Ages. Now is the past. Welcome into the stream. How's it going, everybody? Now is now, and then was before, and who knows what's going on at the moment. Because I can't press the right buttons. All right, it looks like we have a rather interesting high pressure system that is keeping the clouds somewhat at bay. Like this is the area that we're concerned. Excuse me. This is the area that we're concerned about. And you can see we have some clouds rolling through, but then they disperse fairly quickly. I also like how you can see the temperature, where the temperature has dropped, and how the sun and the heat, just the overall, this gap has created this cold front as well. I'm not like that much into meteorology, however, just seeing how everything that's frozen and thawing. Like Michigan looked pretty darn cold as well. Although, has it warmed up in Michigan? Do we have any Michiganites in here? The moment you press the key, the computer is always behind. Exactly. Everything's in the past. That's also another thing I don't like to think about sometimes, is that you're never seeing the now. Like I'm looking at this key. It's cold. We're currently -8 here in southwestern Ontario. A new QHY 600M water-cooled photographic version monochrome CMOS camera. What? That's a lot of things that are happening. It's just one camera. Third Rock, do you have a link? Do you have a news article? That sounds crazy. Currently cloudy. Keep Neener, please keep the clouds. I know it's a lot to ask, but if you can hold the clouds off, it'd be greatly appreciated. But I think we're going to be inundated with clouds a little bit here. Now it's the way how we saw the clouds roll in. It looked like this wall, but then what is to the left of my scope is the south. To the right of the scope is the north. And the clouds kind of bisected the scope almost. And everything to the south was clear, where everything kind of turned. 29 Fahrenheit in Detroit. Michigan always holds the clouds. I appreciate the sacrifice. As long as America's mitten does keep warm overall, I do appreciate the sacrifice you do with the clouds. Once upon a time, you had people saying you could find research papers at archive.org, and your dumb butt was searching the Wayback Machine at archive.org. Much thanks to the nerd that explained the joke in print finally. Damn it! You know what, Uncle Bill? I know. Yep. Nope. Here is me now. The archive.org. The penny has dropped for me now. So there, you get to live it again. Go figure. Oh boy. You're about one arc minute south. This is about one arc minute south. Wait, are you imaging right now? Where are you at? Are you on the heart? Are you on the galactic dingus? It's okay, just white nebulous matter that's really close to Earth. If we're treating it in that way, then this is a massive nebula that is passing over us. Michigan holds the clouds, and a better NHL team as well. Ooh, we're going there, eh? Yeah, I can't deny it. Detroit has more Stanley Cups and recent Stanley Cups than the Maple Leafs have had, ever will. This is ridiculous. I've been watching the Leafs for 40 damn years. And yet, I remember, for some reason, to my mind, I think it's the 1989 Stanley Cup, when was it when Calgary Flames won? I didn't even realize I was watching a Stanley Cup final. And then all of a sudden, here's Lanny McDonald hoisting the cup. It's like, wow, cool. And just how short was, like, you know, the brevity of the first few seasons in the NHL. I think the last time we saw the Leafs win the cup, the Dead Sea was just sick. I thought we kind of thought, was it a couple years ago there was a chance, and I remember when it was Leafs and Kings in the playoffs, I thought there was going to be a chance there. It just roll on next season. Next season we'll get them, boys. Next season we'll get that cup. We'll hoist it up in Toronto. Although you see what happened with the Raptors and what ensued from that. What would happen with the Maple Leafs? What would go on there? All right, so we're continuing. We have eight stacked images on the double cluster. Now, we don't really need like a great deal of time on star clusters unless there are some other targets beyond that we like to capture, like some galaxies. Do we have any? I don't know if we have any galaxies in the within the double cluster. It doesn't look like there's anything cataloged in there. They might have like those small faint. I always like finding those small faint fuzzies in the background, because then you get galaxies that are hundreds of millions of light years away, and we are starting to get clouds rolling in. So I think let's brighten this up a little bit. Ooh, no, let's not brighten it up that much. We're amplifying some of the clouds. Let's bring that in. We will save that one, because I think the next exposure to come through might soften things up. Maybe for the better, but we'll see how that looks. Imagine what will be the Leaf equivalent of the Kauai Ictus incident. That it's it is. I don't know what would happen there. I remember when Toronto was a team not to treat lightly. There's other, like Philadelphia as well. Like when you'd see them, it was just, it's just going to be a big Donnybrook whenever the games happen. And it's interesting how hockey has changed over the years, and also for the safety of players as well, that things have changed for the better. But then there's some of the intensity, the aggressiveness that doesn't always show up. So the red stars are more of maybe some orange giants. They're not quite red, but overall, I'm liking how. See, there's the clouds kind of ruining it a little bit, causing a little more of a gradient in our image. But we'll leave this one last exposure. We'll save this one, and we'll see. Ooh, that's a lot of clouds. That is a great deal of clouds. So I will take this time at the moment while we're waiting for these clouds to hopefully quickly dissipate. We'll stop this exposure. Camera is, I want to stop the live stack. Camera is still sitting at about -14. A fight was fun. Sometimes a hockey game would. Fight was funny, but sometimes the hockey game would break out. They shoot the puck, put it in the back of the net. Messier with all them goals. Please hold on to the clouds. Neener, please get a grip. So this has got to be a first as well for the stream, to actually have 2 streams in one day. We did have our Lazy Sunday Lego, which was always fun. It's always wonderful to have you guys hanging out there. It's we still have our drop game in play, because I'm just leaving that as for our Sunday streams. A lot of other Lego streamers will have this incentive there. If you do exclamation drop, you land in the center at a certain percentage, you are gifted a free sub to the channel. And it's just one of those fun things we added for our Lazy Sunday Lego stream as we built Santa's village today, or Santa's front yard, apologies. This is likely a dumb question, never is, but is there some way to create more depth, for want of a better word, in a given shot? No, that is a fantastic question. That is a fantastic question. Because it all can come down to composition. Because we are looking at these objects, we're so far away, we don't get to see the depth in these images. However, when you can take certain compositions of an image, you can start to feel the depth of the image. Kevin's Tech, what's up? I felt I have accomplished it with one image with the Rosette Nebula, and I don't know if I have it on in this file or if it's on the PC or if it's on my laptop. Where we took an image of the Rosette Nebula with our larger telescope, and it offered a bit of a different view, a bit of a closer view to the Rosette, and it just changed like my whole perspective on this target. And where that is, I don't think it's on this computer. It might be on my laptop, but we have a section of the Rosette. Actually, no, this is it. This is the image where we have the dark nebula, where we have the gas cloud that's in shadow from all the light being emitted from the Rosette. And as you're kind of going, even the color composition offers that depth as you're traveling deeper into the expanse in the center of the Rosette Nebula. There's a plugin that emulates the depth of your image. And yeah, you can at least have the... What program is that? Or what's the plugin? What's the plugin for? But then there is also an image from astrophotographer Alex Roig. And I have retweeted that image for the sake of just remembering where it is to talk about it. And we've been in this area tonight. It is part of the Orion Nebula and the Running Man Nebula. Pardon me. And this is image. This is gonna be like one of the most a fantastic image of the year. And that is from Alex Roig. It's just you feel like you're looking from like a 3/4 perspective and looking along the plane of this nebula. So it all comes down to the composition to get a feel for where these images are. It was for that gimpy astro image processor you shared before. I forgot the name, but you can convert the image into a 3D image. But yeah, this is like, I have like authority on voting for image of the year, but I would throw all of the hats I own into the circle for this image. So yeah, that's it just all depends that where you can feel the depth. I know there's only so much that you can do with an astro image without over processing things or creating an image that just doesn't accurately represent space. But when you can point your camera at a target and set it up just so, I think he nailed it with this one. It's an incredible image. And yeah, like there's the original. There's the original image. I'll drop it in there if you guys want to like throw a like over to them. I mean, it is fantastic. Also, I really need to stop looking at what's happening on here. I really need to stay off Twitter for the most part, because I'm trying to avoid as many Spider-Man spoilers as possible. The Jellyfish Nebula IC443, the first light image using the new water-cooled QHY 600. Wow. How much time? What's the integration time on here? Doesn't matter. The important thing is... Oh, Hours. First light using the QHY 600M water-cooled photographic version monochrome CMOS camera. We are beta testing for the QHY CCD. That's... Wow. That's incredible. Holy potatoes. There's an old friend, the namesake of Pickett's Bell, releases YouTube vids with a false star field panning across real images. I can't say I really like the practice, but it does impress novices with the feeling of depth. That's it. If you can get that feeling of it, because we're looking at thousands, hundreds of thousands of light years across and distance on some targets, or at least within our galaxy, tens of thousands of light years sometimes, and it feels like you're right there. You got the image in your face, but when it can be accurately depicted and you're getting this sense of depth in these images, I think that's always a very important task that you've accomplished. I think there was another image from Astrobiscuit that he did of the North America Nebula and the Pelican Nebula, which put it into such context of seeing the dark nebula in front of everything that we were seeing all these dust lanes that were actually obscuring the nebula, creating the look of North America. Someone needs to integrate the Gaia 3D data to filter stars that are in our galaxy, or that are on our galaxy, and not use that to generate the depth map, and not use that to generate depth map of an image. How long have we had the Gaia data for? Is it just not been enough time for people to develop these things? Because there's so much information out there, and we were talking about this yesterday as well, that citizen science projects are a big thing. Now, I think, CJ, your best, one of the best messages was proclaiming you needed to take a piss, and the ISS showed up. That was one of the... It's just that if there was message of the year, that's right up there. But no, that's what is the price tag going to be on this camera? Is it like how many kidneys are we gonna have to sell to get our hands on this? Although I'd be interested to see what the price tag is going to be on the 533 monochrome camera, because if I could pair that up and just keep like the same kind of image field, I'd be happy with that. I would be happy utilizing those. What do we? What is this? What is this garbage? But look how bright it is. Look how much, like, how evenly diffused the light has become with the clouds and the moon. Like 4,000 to 5,000 range now. That's, well, I say that's not too bad, but I'm downplaying things. That is ridiculous. That's a full moon or something. Yeah, actually, here, let's see if we can. While we're doing this, let's move the camera. Camera, hello, please respond. Where are you? Camera, do you hear me? Thank you. And we get a look at the full moon. My familiar Pickett's Bell, the band of dark dust that surrounds Betelgeuse like a bell-shaped moat. Yes! Yes, I did see that in, what forum was that? Was that it was probably Stargazer's Lounge where I first heard of it. Excuse me, camera, keep turning, please. Thank you. Low contrast and hard to capture. That's also another thing. Okay. Hang on, before we start looking into my kitchen here. Another thing about with amateur astronomy and people having the access to all these cameras and telescopes and just kind of overall time on their hands to be able to pick up these interesting objects that usually are getting lost in data. Like I say, with citizen science projects and people being able to have open source information to some very interesting data sets is always really cool. Bot greater than math facts, greater than math in Publix. All right, there's the moon. There is the lovely softbox. We may as well be looking at the sun right now. It is in a low enough border area, the moon and stars actually cast shadow. Well, this is casting a shadow, and it is totally our program. The clouds is just okay with no depth from the camera. Who knows what angle we're really looking at, right? We could be looking at like any angle. But that seems to be our life for the moment. But at least overall, we've captured some cool images. And yeah, we had some fun doing some Lego building this morning. And also the really cool thing for anybody who may have noticed, we had and I don't shut up about this because it's fun. Lego had the sticker for the moon. And I said, forget it. We're going to print our own sticker. We're going to get one of my own images of the moon, and we've put it there. Cheech and Chong up in smoke. Shoot the moon. I remember watching those Cheech and Chong movies like when I was really young, and now realizing what my parents made me watch. Tom Pickett imaged that before he had a scope, if you recall correctly. He started with an old Canon DSLR as an mount. Well, that's it. It's just the access that we have, the time that we can afford to do on astro imaging. Yeah, so that's the little bit of customization that we did to our Lego build this morning. So next week we'll have a new build. It may or may not be space related. It may or not be sci-fi related. But I can guarantee you we won't have another Christmas build this season, as the wreath and Santa's front yard were the only two sets I was able to get my hands on this year. I was hoping to get the Home Alone set because that would have been absolutely tremendous to build, but I was waiting for some gift. I hesitated. I was waiting for gifts with purchase to be available, and Home Alone sets sold out in like a day. An academic once told me that they felt that the citizen science label didn't do it justice, like it was academic gatekeeping, and a lot of science was as good or as better than what universities were turning out. That's another term that has come up a lot recently in come to the forefront of gatekeeping, and which is why for the new year, what I'm going to start releasing is all of our stacked images, which I had available for those who are subscribers on the channel. Just an opportunity to play with the data that we've imaged. And so we're all kind of singing from the same song sheet if we're processing some different images. So I'm going to be having those available to everybody, no matter what. Pardon me. And if anything, just for the sake of the raw data, to keep it in a different file, a different online storage, those will be the ones that are available. Does that mean I'll start taking flats? Probably not, but I will aim to have some better data sets available, and have due diligence on our images and start taking flats and start taking darks and bias. And taking the time for some proper images, and then there will still be the raw data sets that people can that will have a different file access for. Do whatever you want with it, because people may stack them in different fashions, and maybe PixInsight is going to do a better job at stacking and rejecting images than you're going to have with like Deep Sky Stacker. You like the drive-in movie bit. It's been a long time since I've watched a Cheech and Chong movie. And then it's always funny seeing Cheech Marin in for some reason it tickled me to see him in Desperado. I don't know why it did, but it just seemed like he was a little older, a little grittier, a little darker, a little scarier, a little hornier. It always impressed me that he built his dream rig from the bottom up. For a year he looked silly with his DSLRs and a giant beefy tack mount when he saved for a scope. Everybody's going to progress in astrophotography in different time frames. Like I I look at some of these images, like even this image here, like I am not going to have this camera available to me for like 7 or 8 kidneys. So it's going to take a while to get that. But at the same time, everybody has their own style. Everybody has their own purpose for imaging. And right now, my purpose for imaging is to show you guys things like this in a fairly quick fashion. I like to take super long exposures and do some image processing. You know, I'm happy with how the Pleiades turned out. Like that was a, you know, almost by accident how much detail I got out of here. But again, I enjoy showing you immediate images. Here's the moon. Take a look at the moon. This is my goal for astrophotography, and you know, every now and then, sure, we'll come up with an image that we can proudly share. But also, I just like to open up the sky to you guys and have you hang out, showing you something cool. I was going to ask you about the Boötes void, but you can't find the correct spelling. Is that also the Coalsack Nebula? Because I see that come up on social media saying that there's this void in space that scientists have no idea what it is, what's causing it. This molecular void. And really, it's just a dark nebula. As soon as you turn on an infrared camera, you see all the stars behind it. But at the same time, it's good and bad. It gets people talking about space, but then it also like really leans toward all the alien and conspiracy theorists when it is just a dark nebula that we're looking at, and people have spun a very interesting story on it. Drive was on a record, not in the movies. There was a Richard Pryor record that my buddy's dad had, and it was just one of those things we listened to it one night at his place, and we got most of the humor, but as kids, it's you know, most of it is going to go over your head. But at the same time, it's like we're almost laughing more at how hard his parents were laughing, which just, you know, then and then the parents pull this one on you. This is one when you're laughing at a joke, you don't know why you're laughing at it, then they go, "What you laughing at? Why are you laughing?" Trying to catch you out. How much knowledge do you really have? What other knowledge have you acquired on the schoolyard? The Boötes, I can't even pronounce it. Funnily enough, the Thargoids and ED are in the Coalsack, Pleiades, and Witchhead Nebulae. Ooh. Okay, so Pleiades has some massive lore behind it, right? Yeah, for years he used a small amount and collected cameras and lenses, so he learned and studied and planned out a roadmap going forward, and that's when the giant tack appeared. The Booties. Booties or booties? We did see Devil's Hand in here yesterday with all the booties. Less of a void than expected galaxies per square light year. It's just the as soon as there's like a dark area in space, people go nuts. People go nuts about it. There, Barnard 68 with infrared, not so scary. Thank you, CJ. Now the TAC is well loaded with scope, guide scope, mono cameras, but it did not happen overnight. No, and for the most part, don't shoot Thargoids. Good advice. Do not touch Willy. Good advice. I generally think that you could sell prints of that shot to the ED community. Well, I am, for the sake of art, I would like to do more with astrophotography. Because there are a lot of people who would take some wonderful pictures of outer space. And then there is also me who likes to take a little bit of an artistic spin on things. And that comes in the form of creating low polygon art. And I think I would like to tackle the Pleiades because that is a bit of a different feel than like an entire nebula. So I might, well, I'll share it one more time on Instagram, just because I'm happy with how the dust has started to appear and we have less of this this cyan tint that we had or no, more of a teal tint on the latest Instagram post, which it's been a while since I've been on Instagram. But yeah, we'll add some more. I feel that we're starting to pick up, or at least getting to a nice groove of sharing images and just kind of diversifying what we're doing on social media. What are your thoughts on the matter-antimatter imbalance with the Big Bang? There has to be that balance of 1 million to 1,000,001 in order to have that balance between matter and antimatter. Otherwise, everything would just self-annihilate and nothing else would be created afterward, and we wouldn't have gotten past that primordial soup, and it just would have been this fog, and then that's it. Nothing interesting would have been happening. We would have been having this stream. You wouldn't have been coming up with this question. That's also what makes us very unique, is that we can come up with these questions and wonder why and have these deeper thoughts. And sometimes things can get really philosophical, and then other times people will just talk about how much you like fart jokes. So there is the matter antimatter balance within the stream. Is that we have our seriousness and we have our silliness, and that's how we keep things going. Expanse 2021 starts Monday. I need to watch every single episode of The Expanse. I need to catch up on that for sure. There's a lot of programming that needs to be caught up on. How are our skies? Poo. I was kind of hoping that I would say, all right, let's take a look at the skies. We have clear skies again. I think it might be. Let's have a look one more time at the satellite image, because we might be forced to park the scope. And it largely what time does this go up till? 3 a.m. It looks very suspect, unfortunately. You really respect that response. Maybe should I mark this? I gotta mark this. Put a marker. Replay buffer. Let's save that. Maybe I had some deep philosophical insight I didn't know about it. Sometimes, and you guys can confirm on this, I will say things, and then you ask me a question about it. I don't pay attention to what I say all the time. That's what clips are for. That's what just hitting the clip button. I should make an exclamation clip, so it's even easier for you guys just to do that. Because I have a button on here, but again, I don't pay attention to what I say. Yeah, tons of TV to catch up on. Tons of like, if you saw my hard drive of astro images that I have yet to process, or things that I just have completely given up on because I wouldn't be able to go back and get that data again. There's quite the catalog of things we should go for. You should review the last season and refresh your memory of the distances between books and videos. I need to get into it. See, it's the investment of time. Sometimes there's a series I like to have on that is fairly mindless. I can enjoy it, but not focus on it. I feel if there's a new series, I need to dedicate that time to watch it. So, it doesn't always happen. It doesn't always turn out in our favor. And sometimes accidentally you end up watching a whole movie trilogy one weekend, and it's wow, where did I have the time to do that? A great bot that they can add that will handle clips, and it's Crazy-ish. I'd say Crazy-ish all the time. It's not Buttspot, is it? Although Buttspot does crack me up sometimes. Sometimes it has fantastic comedic timing. Sometimes if somebody is putting a serious message in the chat and that thing pops up, it's it's so sketchy. It's so inappropriate. It's Quackers the Duck Bot. All right, we'll have a check for things there. Actually, no, I was gonna look for a target, but we don't have any skies available. We're under this gigantic softbox. This gigantic softbox of the moon. Although, as I start panning over, ignoring my kitchen. Perhaps we do have some to the south. No, we don't. No. There's a look at our. No, that's about as high as we can get of our tower feeding this internet signal. You're seeing where the signal is coming from, where the signal is going, coming in and out and feeding this information. I am digesting, I am serving up whatever little bit of wisdom I have. Now, I'm trying to think what I want to do for... I do have a rough idea of what set I would like to build next week, next Sunday. But at the same time, I feel that there's possibly other options that we're going to have, because the next Lazy Sunday Lego stream occurs on Boxing Day. And then following that is... will be the 2nd of January. We are going to roll... We have one more Lazy Sunday Lego stream before 2022. You've got the 9th and final novel, Leviathan Falls. Hang on, I can say that again. Leviathan Falls in your Kindle and Audible queues, but your reading list is bottomless. I have a large amount of books in Audible that I've listened to. Was it Tim James? Astronomical? It's one of the latest books I've been listening to. Be interesting. Vorfix, hello again. How are you? Do I have any idea what NFTs are? You're trying to understand what they are and why people are buying them for millions. I don't know. Don't know. As best as I can say, treat them as stocks. Treat them as like a stock, much like crypto. Is as best as I could say. Just message in Discord. All right, that's what you were the notification. Thank you, Lily. But no, I shy away from that, and people have mentioned before about if they were saying for me to do some NFTs. Non-fungible tokens. It's receipt for web-hosted artwork. That is a good TLDR. NFTs are closer to one-off art. Exactly. It's small little deviation here. That Third Rock Astronomy had turned me on to this link from CNN where they were offering Hubble images as an NFT. I don't think that's on. If you're having something that is purely digital and purely one time, I want to offer up an image of like this image of the Rosette Nebula. It's a 16-minute exposure, and it happened in the UK, and I would not be able to recreate the conditions that it occurred. So this could be used as a one-off digital artwork that cannot ever be replicated. I could do an image of the moon. There is always going to be slight variances in the light, slight variances in how much sharpness you have. So something like that I could see if you want to say there is a super limited edition image that you just can't get again. Something like this. This is 45 seconds of the moon stacked and can never happen again. There's always going to be some little difference. So it's something like that you can't replicate. Then I feel that could work as an NFT. Other than that, I don't think that that's any more than possible money laundering. I'm addicted to the Whisper Sync feature in Kindle that links the audibles to it. Imagine a text reader the way you wish they would sound. Ooh, I have yet to try that. I see that there's all these options for Whisper Sync, but it doesn't always come. It doesn't always come through to actually give it a shot. But if actually imagine a text the way the reader wish they would sound, that'd be good. NFTs are a fad. You don't see it going that far, but you're an 80s, 90s kid. I mean, I'm not going to go any deeper into that, but I know there are people who will shun new things. But I think that shunning, that failing to want to accept it into your life is different than it was back in in modern times and in like the 70s and in the early 80s when there was people not wanting to adopt technology. It's just things are changing for different reasons why you don't want to pick up on it. Technically, all of our images are processed, once processed are one-offs. Don't know about you, but you can never replicate the same look twice. No, this is true. Like, look at, I'm going to have a third image of the Pleiades come up, and it's still the exact same amount of data. it is still the exact same amount of data. So there is this version, and then there's going to be this version. It's still the exact same amount of data, but yeah, it totally processed differently. You welcome new things, but you see a scam. You see a scam, you know a scam when you see one, unless that scam is no longer a scam. It takes a long time. I'm pretty sure that a lot of people did think Bitcoin was a scam, continuing scam. But then again, there's a lot of people who have made some money off of Bitcoin. But then again, it's you're probably saying, oh, well, you're just sour because you didn't invest in Bitcoin. Well, I didn't have the money for that. Nor did I really care to get invested in something like that I was unsure of. I am sure of astrophotography. I am sure of the universe. I am sure of you guys. That's why I like to spend my time and invest it with you and just have fun here. There are tricks to it, not always a smart shopper way to go, but usually gets you audibles for half the price. You have to explain loopholes in a Discord PM. I like loopholes. I like to be able to score some good things. And that's why, scoring any gift with purchase. This was a gift with purchase. When you spend X amount of money on Lego, you get this free. So that's how I kind of base a lot of my Lego purchases. If it comes with something cool, then we'll go for it. If it's like super limited edition, we're going to go for it. You're still on the board with crypto. You might not sure it will collapse under its own weight. It just seems like it moves way too fast, and it's 24 hours. You could be asleep and something is going to skyrocket, or it absolutely dips and people will lose thousands of dollars in an hour. And maybe someone won't bat an eye, but I like numbers. I like stats. I like when I'm playing sports games, I always like to look at the stats and the numbers and try to see what value I can get. Having investments is nerve-wracking sometimes, but it's just sometimes ignoring the numbers, ignoring why sometimes on the ASI air we have this weird little histogram line. It's just why it's like that. Ignore it. Just we'll find a solution to it a little later. It looks like we have guiding. Do we have guiding back? Oh, not really. No, it looks like we have. It looks like we have all the clouds. Unfortunately, but you know what? These things happen. It is the challenge that is astrophotography. Sometimes you win. Sometimes you don't win as much. And I would say tonight was an overall win because we did get some pretty cool images coming through. Let me make sure that we save that. Image is. I like this one. The translation image is existed. But to capture some of the shots that we did tonight, and to spend the time with these targets, get a video of the moon. We'll or maybe if I send it to Windows. There we go. That's what I needed to do. Although I'm still working with a JPEG. We could probably process that in. We'll save these this FITS file and the image for one of our rainy day astronomy sessions. But I will keep you guys posted on when we're going to have our next stream. The astronomy chat should still be on for Christmas Eve. It may happen a little earlier in the evening, and be at maybe a special time, special length, but to still share that. The clouds as near Earth nebulae. That's what we'll label them as, and we'll enjoy them that way. Way too volatile, but maybe more volatility is the price we pay for progress. I mean, you think about how quickly we want news, we want information, and how quickly we will digest it and then move on to the next little bit, and that's it. Maybe it is the brevity could be our friend with many things. Don't know. We want everything immediately. We want everything 5 minutes ago. We digest things in small bits, and we'll send them on from there. But it is these changes that we're witnessing, and we're aware of it. I feel that it is just a different heightened awareness that we have over the past, let's say, 5 years, 10 years, has changed greatly. Or maybe it's just that just kind of comes with age. Maybe if we look at a perspective of somebody who is 25, 19 years old, or anything, or a teenager, are things progressing as quickly as they think they should? You know, it's maybe it is just a perspective. Maybe we are approaching our own singularity. Oh, no. All right, we're getting way too deep on that. That is not what we want to do. Exclamation point drop. Exclamation point drop in chat if you guys want one more chance before Sunday winds down to get a free gifted sub. If anybody can land a, let's go 90%. You go exclamation point drop 90% today. The final fire sale for the chance to get a gifted sub. Usually it is 98%, but we're gonna leave it one more time for your chance to get a drop in there. But it looks like nothing has happened. Oh boy. Now usually this kind of thing runs on for like the whole stream.
Holy potatoes.
Quarter Ioneer, what's going on? How are you? Do you have any recommendations for video games that help demonstrate astronomy? Holy potatoes, do we ever? Well, hello, you came in at such an opportune time. I am currently playing Elite Dangerous, which is essentially a one-to-one map of the galaxy, of our galaxy, the Milky Way, which is kind of cool to learn where these targets are. Apparently, deep ensconced in the lore of Elite Dangerous is the Pleiades. I need to learn more of this. I am still a noob with Elite Dangerous. If you're looking for something that is more educational, which is still kind of labeled as a bit of a game, there is Space Engine, which is on Steam. There's a paid version, but there's also a free download. If you do search the developer for Space Engine, is a fantastic program. We do use it every now and then. Elite Dangerous is GOAT. It is. I've only played like 5 hours of it, and it's fantastic. I love it. Looking forward to the next time we fire it up. Transient Atmospheric Nebulae. TANS. You think you like this? I like that one too. I like that. We are currently looking at a wide host of transient atmospheric nebulae. That's it. That is blocking everything that we have. So yeah. Quarter Ioneer, quarter Nioneer, quarter Ion. Hello, quarter. The Space Engine and add Universe Sandbox. Universe Sandbox is cool. Universe Sandbox is great for some physics, but it's also just, I also find myself just blowing up the stars in Universe Sandbox, or putting a black hole somewhere and seeing what happens. But I would say the benefit for Universe Sandbox that came one day was when there was the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn. And some people were kind of asking us questions, are they actually close enough to collide? But when they were close together, but they were still separated by about 42 million kilometers. There's still great distances between them. So while it looked like they could have been touching, they were very far away. But we jumped into Universe Sandbox, put Jupiter and Saturn close together, and then all sorts of happened in the universe. So, I think Mars got yeeted out of the solar system. It got caught up in the gravity, and out it went. So yeah, something like that is those are like 3 titles to check out. Elite Dangerous if you're looking for just some shoot 'em up, very very steep learning curve, as well as Space Engine and Universe Sandbox. Terraform Mars. Is that the one? There was another one that was on. There was a few that were on Xbox Game Pass that were interesting. Deliver Us the Moon was another game that I found very interesting, and hopefully it can be back on Xbox Game Pass again, so I can actually finish it. But while it may not have been entirely scientifically accurate, but it was still space based, so it kind of kept it within our theme of things. Pardon me. So it looks like, yeah, we have our transient atmospheric nebulae. You found that Mars gets yeeted in most situations. It just seems like it doesn't have enough. It just is just that little bit too small. A little bit too small of a planet. Mars gets spun in the solar system. Elon goes, no! His Tesla is not even around Mars, so I don't know what he would have to be complaining about. But we will be keeping an eye on the news of when JWST is going to be launching. That is a very, very big moment for space exploration, space observations, to have the successor to Hubble make its way to its destination. Can we tell the normies we got tanned instead of admitting we sat in the dark all night and hoping for a break in the clouds? I'm all for it. Make it happen. #tanned. Spent the whole night getting tanned. It was absolutely fantastic. Froze my butt off, but we got tanned. It's fantastic. So yeah, it has been I think we're going to. I don't know if we're going to be getting any more clear skies at the moment, but I'm very happy with the time that we did get with the night sky. A little bit of a video of the moon as well, which was fantastic. And again, I'll try to figure out what is up with the camera that's causing way too much red. They shouldn't be doing that. I think I just have the camera plugged into the ASI Air when I should not have it plugged into the ASI Air. I think that's the problem. I think that is it. It is not actually getting enough power. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. Camera isn't getting enough power. So, monumental occasion today with 2 streams in one day. One for all the fun, great deal of fun with our Lazy Sunday Lego, and another one tonight with all the science, all the images, all the wonderful conversation, which I always appreciate you guys hanging out. Double the Canuck, double your fun. Holy potatoes, let's get her done. And we are going to send you guys out one more time. Let's see who we're going to send your raid out to tonight. I would appreciate if you guys want to stick around. Maybe we'll find someone new to raid tonight, or we'll see who else is doing something funny. You think you just came up with a new Southern saying? Was it what I just said? Or do you have something to add on that one? But let's see what we got going on tonight. Appreciate if you guys are going to stick around for that. Once again, for those who want to jump in the Discord, we have always some good conversations going on after the fact. Knowing we're going to go live, check out the Twitter page. Instagram, I just post up the pretty pictures that we take. So for those who are subscribed to the channel, I'm drunker than a fox eating pumpkins in December. There was an image I saw on Reddit of someone who had a self-carving pumpkin. They drilled little holes, put peanut butter in there, and let the squirrels do the rest. It was absolutely terrifying. Now, if we had a quote thing that we could add on here, we'd throw in our user quotes. Let's see what we got going on tonight. I've thoroughly enjoyed your company. It has been absolutely wonderful hanging out, and I think we're going to, let's see, have I introduced you guys to Panfred Nudo?
There we go, right?
Have I introduced you guys to this gentleman?
By any means, was it?
I've sent you guys here before. I think we're going to send you over to Panfred. Fred he has such a wonderful energy, and I always have a good time in there. So I think we'll send you guys over. We'll continue the last little bit of our Lazy Sunday Lego and all the regular fun and astronomy that we have. Anyway, I will send you guys over to Panfred Nudo. So one more time, the genuine last time that we'll have you do this today for the drop before the raid goes out. If you do exclamation point drop, anybody gets 90%. We'll drop you a sub to the channel. If you're not subbed, no worries. You just have a gifted sub in your name. Yeah, we'll get you guys ready. Get you guys sent over to Fred. Some nice times on his channel there. I appreciate you guys so much. It has been an absolutely incredible Sunday. And I'd like to thank those who have spent time with us today, those who have subscribed and resubscribed to the channel, and who have donated bits throughout the day, and our raiders. It has been a wonderful wrap up to the weekend. So we're getting ready to haul off on next week, on Monday, ahead of the holidays. I'll let you know when we're going to be back and having some fun. It is always greatly appreciated for the time you guys spend here. I hope you guys enjoyed the time as well. As always, I've been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm a potato. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Have a fantastic evening, and we're going to see you all again soon. Take care.